All right, I'm sure people will continue filling in over the first few minutes. I'd like to go ahead and welcome everyone. Good morning, and thank you for being here with us for our CMFO Roundtable discussion. We have a great lineup of speakers and topics today, as always. And a few quick reminders before we get started. If you have any questions, we encourage you to submit them using the chat or Q&A feature, and we'll be monitoring both throughout to pose them to our presenters. Also, a reminder, I'll be launching polling questions for our audience to engage and just mark your attendance and participation throughout. So just be sure to complete those. Thank you again for spending the morning with us. We really appreciate it. And with that, I'll turn it over to our hosts, John Mooney, Bud Jones, and John Rheinhardt to get us started.
Good morning, everybody. I just had a notice pop up that my internet is unstable. I am here in Warren County, so that is not an uncommon thing. So, John, if I or Bud, if I start going in and out, please take the realm here. I just want to thank everybody for coming out this morning. I think this morning we have an amazing agenda, some amazing speakers, and we get to meet the director of the DLGS. We're gonna cap it off at the end, even with a little bit of fraud, go through some financial service planning, hear about some AI as we go. And again, we know your time is precious, and we appreciate you coming out and joining us to go through some topics. We enjoy doing these, putting these on, and we can't thank the presenters enough for coming on and spending some hours with us to give you some knowledge and gain you some credits. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to John Rheinhardt. And John, take it away.
Thanks, John. Well, we asked the director if he would join us today for Meet the Director, since he is still fairly new, although he's got the scars to prove that he's been there long enough.
Yeah, not so new anymore, John.
So I'll read a little bit about Michael before we start. So Michael F. Rogers, there is no D in Rogers. If you put the D in, you automatically get knocked out. Brings more than 2 decades of municipal leadership experience to his current role as the Director of the Division of Local Government Services. Prior to joining DLGS, he served as the City Administrator for Summit, but before that, he also served in Morristown. But in both, he oversaw large-scale municipal operations, managed significant capital improvement projects, and introduced innovative solutions that were recognized nationally for advancing local government efficiency and service. Also has a lot of redevelopment experience as well, which he did not list in his bio. He's a longtime contributor to the New Jersey State League of Municipalities. Michael has also served on the League's Tax and Finance Subcommittee, which I chair, so I've had the pleasure of working with him there. He's spoken on numerous panels and authored articles for the New Jersey Municipalities magazine. His work has earned him peer recognition, including the NJMMA Association's Outstanding Manager Award of the Year and the League DCA's Innovation and Governance Award. So we're so used to having directors that are attorneys. Michael is the first director that is actually licensed as a CFO and also on purchasing. So he brings real life experience as well as being who he is. So I think I first met you, Michael, when you were doing your budget class for Rutgers, and I was brought in to be a gadfly and to pick on the budgets. And we try to rock them as students to give them some experiences to what they might see out in the real life. I couldn't rock them. He just sat there with his calm, cool face and said, "Thank you for your comments," and moved on. So, which is really great for the other students to see, is how do you diffuse an angry person from the public. But I think that's when I first met you.
Yes, I think you're right. And well, just listening to all that, it just equates to and a reminder of being old. Maybe not as old as some of you guys on the call, but been at it for a lot of years, a couple of decades in the public sector. I had actually had a little diversion in law for some years, but I came out of that knowing that that was not where I wanted to be. But yeah, at some point during that process of obtaining my CFO license, I had the pleasure of meeting you, and we've been talking ever since. Maybe a cigar has been involved from time to time, but it's been great to have you as a colleague over the years. And I just recently met Bud and John. We haven't had the pleasure of meeting, but I want to thank you all for inviting me this morning. It's been getting out quite a bit, and that's really been sort of when I started. It's almost a year now. I think we're closing in on 10 months, but started back in December of 24 after I left Summit. And I knew going into it really just honestly, it was for many years the only state job that I said I would be interested in if ever offered. And things aligned and it all worked out and I was offered the job. So even though the state's not known for its high salaries, it was a professional opportunity that I couldn't pass up. And I would say for anybody in their career, if they ever have the good fortune of being in that position and offered it, I think it's worth at the very least worth going down there for a year and experiencing what this position is. And it's always intrigued me. It's something that we're involved in so much in any given day, and I know everybody and what they're doing. I think some of you are more aware of and more involved in your associations and getting out and understanding how much the division is involved in day-to-day lives, and it's not just financial reporting and budgeting, but it's a lot that we're involved in, and I've grown to appreciate the role that the division, and particularly the director's position, plays in just governor office discussions as well as legislative discussions. So if you ever have a chance to serve in this role, take it. It's a great responsibility, but it's been professionally rewarding for the year, and we'll see what happens after the governor's election and how that all plays out for next year. But in the meantime, I came into the job and I knew there was room for improvement. And we can get into just sort of questioning and things of that nature, but there were things that for years John and I would talk about. Just with the reporting documents and budgets and how they could be improved. So when I started in this position, that was definitely top of mind, and we started having real discussions about forming working groups, or a working group to take on some of what I needed to understand from the stakeholders outside of the division that I valued your professional opinions and experience, and I needed to have more of an external feedback loop on what could be improved, what needed to change, what needed to be eliminated. And so I didn't start, and I'll get into this, and maybe get into some questions about it. And I know, John, you probably want to ask, and for the group's sake, and talk about sort of what we've been working on together. So
Sure. So for the people that are used to our roundtables, we're going to do a little different format with Michael. What we're going to do is we're going to hit him with a series of questions. We're going to alternate between myself, John Mooney, and Bud. We try to keep Bud to a minimum because that's what we do. But
come on,
we want to have a good roundtable.
Well, you can ask as many questions as you need, John. But so don't worry.
So I'm going to kick it off. We're going to talk about priorities and initiatives. So given your extensive municipal experience, what are your top 2 or 3 priorities for the division in the coming year or years, and what major initiatives will you champion?
Great question, and sort of just ties into what I was about to talk about, which is financial reporting and the documents that many of you are very familiar with and work with in your CFO roles and the auditors. So one of the things that just struck me as an administrator, and John knows this, and anybody who's worked with me, I was very involved given my interest in public finance and just budgets, very involved in the budget process and understanding how, the job of a CFO. And so I put many budgets together in my career and come to understand it very well, and what was good about it and what was not good about it. So when I found myself in this role, John and I started to talk about this of how we could form a working group around what there had been many attempts at in the past of modernizing the financial reporting system. So just a very brief history of where back in maybe about 25 to 30 years ago, the division took on a major study. There's a document out there, I think it was about 2000. Um, it talked about at that time possibly going from a modified accrual system to, just pure GAAP accounting. And then there was also the other part of that, which is what they refer to as LUBARs, and some of you might know that term, which I really didn't know until I got into division and started to talk to Mark Pfeiffer more. And if you ever really want to know the history of the last 50 years of the division, Mark is a great person to talk to and get a better understanding. And we've certainly received a big document dump from him over the last year on the history here. But there were many attempts to modernize the reporting system. I think at the time there wasn't an appetite, and it came from the highest levels about changing the accounting system. So I think the whole financial reporting modernization that they wanted to do back then, and granted, this is around 2000, so personal computers were just really starting to pop up, and technology was starting to evolve, but there was a lot of just paper that was around, and I think there was a reluctancy, so it didn't move. But there had been many attempts even before that. There were attempts to modernize the requirements of audit, going back. And I think the last real attempt was back in 1987, and there was a few things that popped up around then that needed to be incorporated. The big three: encumbrance, general ledger, fixed asset laws that came on the books. So we looked at this as an opportunity, and I knew that it could not be done internally, and for several reasons, and not because of anything other than it's when you're in a system and it sort of works for you, it's hard to think about totally revamping. It's a harder lift to do. So I started with external stakeholders for this project, and it's really what we'll refer to as more of like the financial management and reporting modernization initiative, and that is the big initiative right now, and it will be a multi-year initiative. And we've started that with the working group. It's made up, and I reached out to the government finance officers, both at the municipal and county level, the Auditors Association. There's probably 12 to 15 of us, John, that are part of this group. And I have nobody from the division other than myself that's at this point. There will be people that I bring into it at some point in the process. And then we can kind of go from there. But I think there's just a lot of work that we have started focusing on, document simplification and making it look more coherent. And it's just to maximize, what the compliance, really with the audit functions. And there's right now we have a document that we're working off of, and I think you, John, and Bud, and some of your staff for getting it in a format that we could actually edit the requirements of audit, which was last done in 1987. So that's sort of where we're starting. We've been working off of documents that he had to essentially recreate because they weren't in a format that could be edited. So it's taken a little time to just get there. We'll get the working group back in the next couple of weeks, I think, and we have sort of an outline of a process we want to go through. I envision this taking at least, through next year and the year after, and hopefully we'll get to a point where we start integrating the division tech data guys into this, where we could start, building out little pilot programs and testing and so forth. And so that is, I'm really excited. I know, people involved with this, and I urge you, as the associations are starting, when we get documents that you can look at and things that you can get feedback, please participate. And I welcome any feedback on it, but I'm going to rely upon the associations to kind of, and particularly the presidents and those who are, on this committee to provide, be the sort of conduit for that feedback from your members. So that's one big one, and I won't go into great detail about all of what it is, and maybe another time when we can, actually show some progress on that. But that's really where we want to get to a point where, there aren't two budgets. There's one budget. There's an AFS that more acts as an audit document and not just, two separate documents, and the redundancy that's built in there, and just reducing the sheets that are a part of any document that we have. I think we're really striving to cut, the document pages in half, at least half. So it's an exciting initiative we're working on there. The next one that I'm working on, and it just really started in earnest, and we've been sort of having meetings, is artificial intelligence. And you're going to hear from somebody on this panel, which I'm glad to hear, about topics. It seems like every conference is now talking about AI and how you can incorporate it into municipal government. I knew that was ripe. I've been using it for some time. It's an amazing and an ever-evolving technology that is really in the early stages of what it will eventually be. But it's the large language model AI platforms are really credible. And what I've been trying to do now is I connected with the state's Office of Innovation, and we have a working group internally, really, like some of the people that, I don't know if you've ever worked with George Allen and Matt Galello, and these guys are really smart, technologically savvy. And it's more involved, as now we've had some meetings with them, and how we're building out more of a closed, customized AI platform that we intend to use for, budget analysis and review. And really my vision there is just where, you submit your budget through FAST, and FAST isn't going away. We're always continually improving upon that. And we're building out that, and I'll get into some of the other things we're doing with it. But if you're running it through this AI platform, and again, it's a lot of work. It's not something where you're accustomed to attaching a document in let's just say, John knows this. I use Notebook LM quite a bit, where you attach documents and you really create. It gives you this incredible, whether it's an executive summary or an analysis, or, I've been using this a lot with even just the health plans that have been, because I'll get to that, but just trying to understand correlations and overlapping ideas and things that you may not see after reading it a couple of times that AI does in seconds. But you have to build out the system, and with the existing documents we have, you really have to. It's like, the best analogy is you have this really smart intern, but they don't know anything about what you're doing, and so you have to literally train and teach that person everything about every little task, every little thing that relates to each other in the documents. And when you're reviewing it, how a human mind reviews a budget, right? So you have to review like the things, and then you have to educate it with laws and regulations and everything that we have to dump into this LLM. And it's going to take a little bit of time, but I think that actually will be up and running sometime next year. It's more internally, but what hopefully in the future, when you submit a budget, you should have feedback pretty quickly that more or less tells you what it didn't meet a regulation, and be very clear about what you haven't met and what you need to do to correct for that. And it's just something that we have, really good minds on it to build this out. And I think, we'll go through a lot of iterations, and we have plenty of, just teaching it and learning, from budgets that are not prepared very well, and then ones that are prepared very well. And so it's going to be an iterative process. We'll go through that and build that system out. And I think my goal is to just have quicker feedback to you guys on, and also just even with audits, at some point when we get to audits, where we can understand what is really going on, because sadly not many people read audits. I mean, many of you probably do, but I don't think, uh, I think we can honestly say there are probably a handful of elected officials that may actually read audits. Most don't. The public, most don't. So being able to provide better summaries of the audits through this technology and making that available to the public. So there's things like that's really what I want to try to accomplish there. And then through the FAST system, what we're doing, we're finalizing, finally, we're getting the special emergency resolutions through where you're going to be able to submit them through FAST and no longer, a hard copy or, electronically submitted copy. And so you'll be able to submit that. And that was kind of the last piece to finish with the financial regulatory unit. And now and this is the other thing that I wanted to do while I was director, is vastly improve the certification units processes, where you are not just taking off a fillable document, which is terrible on the site, and the frustration you go through with just the pagination and fitting things on it, and the column width, and it's just a mess, and it's just frustrated me for years. So everything will be done. I think it probably will be set up where you'll go through your My New Jersey account, and because if you don't have access to FAST, you'll be able to submit those through there. And we're building that out now with our DCA IT team and our staff there in the division. So from certification applications, exam applications, renewals, all that will be customized in your file. You'll be able to submit this through the system much easier, and you'll be able to access all of your certification paperwork that will probably set it up where vendors were able to submit it, and it will be customized and to whoever takes it, where you can. And I'd like to even be able to get it where the credits automatically go in and fill it out. That would be ideal, but I think initially it will be where you might have to just fill it out yourself initially, with the first sort of iterations of it. So those are the things we're working on. It's a lot, but somebody asked me, well, these multi-year projects, what if you're not there? You have to start these things, and you just have to run parallel tracks with different projects, and hopefully whoever does succeed me, if I'd like to be there for some years, but whoever succeeds me, I have enough momentum with this stuff that they can't avoid it, and it's something that they continue and finish. So if I'm not there, hold that person accountable for these things.
Excellent. I'm just going to jump in and ask the next question here, but before I do, I just want to make a comment or a statement. I'm not a Giants fan, but anytime somebody beats the Eagles, it gives me a little more pep in the step in the morning. So just want to put that out there. I know Bud finally joined us.
Yeah,
So,
it wasn't a good night for Philadelphia fans.
yes, and figured as a New Jersey guy, between the Giants and the Eagles, it's always fun to watch those games, especially when it's competitive.
Hey, John,
Yeah,
Like a disgruntled Rams fan, from what I hear.
yeah.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
John, before you hit him with another question.
So as director, I'm gonna kick in. As director, you serve as the chairman of the local finance board as well. What is your vision of the local finance board's role in upholding local fiscal integrity, and what legislative or regulatory changes might you propose?
So one of the things that, and I've spoken about the legislations that's out there, where currently elected officials, if they're not doing their job with introducing a budget, I just recently fined 7 municipalities and their elected officials, some more than others, for not doing what they are. That's their primary responsibility, is to get a budget introduced and adopted. And yes, sometimes it's internal staff issues, but for the most part, it's a lot of just political nonsense for the reason why they don't do it. And right now it's $25 a day. There's legislation out there now to increase it to 100, and the local finance board oversees that determination. I know there'll be multiple appeals that they'll deal with next month for the 7 municipalities and elected officials. And these are personal fines. This is not where they can dump it. And they've tried to come back and there have been questions about that. There's just a lack of understanding, but we're very clear in our letters when we send it out and try to get them to do their job that this is a personal fine. You're going to have to pay it. So some may have legitimate cases and the board will handle it, but we're putting it. It will definitely hurt more and might encourage them to act earlier when this is a greater fine, because apparently $25 isn't much for people. So, but then when they do the math, they let it go for 2 months. That adds up. So I think that's going to maybe discourage that behavior next year, when hopefully they'll get that done by the end of the year for next year. There's some things that I think, and I just have to check my notes for the local finance board, but there's things that we're working on internally with them. And again, this is more for their benefit and their internal processes, but just trying to automate more anywhere we can. And that's been an area that has been sort of neglected. But we're going to have a system where you're going to be submitting board applications in similar type of fast, through that system where we can track it better. It's just easier for the user, and also with ethics cases as well for tracking, and then complaint submission as well. So that's another project that's going on. That's kind of started a little bit before I got there, but now it's sort of where I'm pushing that to get done a little more. The cap. So there's another thing that's in a legislation. I think it's S 4341. This is when I wish I had my walking legislative bill database, Jason Martucci, with me. He's fantastic, and anytime I need to know a bill number, I just ask him, and he knows what it is. But it's a bill that is it's granting a permanent cap addition. So we've had multiple municipalities over the last several years where we know they're coming. They ask for surplus cap waiver. They just need it. It's just been there. So right now they're required to come to the board for approval every year. We have a part of this bill that would allow for a municipality, after coming to the board for 2 years, to just have it automatically included in their cap, so they don't have to deal with the LFB anymore. So those are some of the things we're doing at the LFB, for the LFB to operate a little bit better, more enforcement power, and also just flexibility for municipalities.
Thank you.
So the next question, Mike, collaboration with CFOs. How do you plan to enhance the partnership and communication between the division and local CFOs, financial staff across the state? And what is the best way for us to provide feedback on regulations?
So I made a point of, when I started to reach out to the associations, I made myself available and accessible to the associations to come. I met with the municipal, county groups, their monthly meetings. I've spoken at many conferences, tax collectors, mayor, anybody who's asked me to show up and talk, I've been there. I know I couldn't make the assessors. I believe when Jason was available and I wasn't, and he attended on my behalf. But look, I think anybody who knows me or anybody who's reached out to me, I'm accessible for any questions you may have. If I don't have an answer, I'll find out the answer. But I look, as an administrator for as many years as I had been, and working in the community as I did, responsiveness is important. And so it's just something you developed and learned. And in fact, there's times when I feel certain actors in the state don't respond in a way that I would, because I was just accustomed to responding at the local level, and how rapid you needed to respond to certain things. So I sense urgency quicker than they do, but I'm accessible. But the associations know that. And communicating certain issues that come up that I might not be aware of, or some things that are in practice not working, some type of communication to my office, and it will get a response.
Thank you.
Yep.
What most might not know is that Michael, after he became director, visited with almost every association in person at the meetings to introduce himself to the board so that they knew who he was and that he was approachable.
Yep.
So I just have to clarify a fact. You said, Mark, it was 50 years of history. I think it was over 100.
Yeah, no, he went back to 1917. Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm not going to say he's that old, but he definitely tapped into. He's a history buff, and knows, if you want to know what was going on in the 80s and 90s in state government, he could tell you. We have what I have in common with Mark is he started his public sector career in Morristown, which is, where we have that connection. He used to work in the printing shop in Morristown. That's where he started his career in the 70s, I think. Yeah.
So the other piece of information I'm going to volunteer, though, is Michael came up with a budget information book in Morristown that I think you brought with you to Summit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How many pages is that book?
I think by the time I left Summit, which it grow every year. It was, I mean, in total 500 pages probably. I mean, it was, it started, I think, when I started in Morristown, it was probably 12. It's just something that grew and grew. Don't necessarily recommend anyone taking that on. In fact, my successor made it very clear to the governing body that she would not be doing what I did for many years in Summit. It was fun, look, it was, I think many of us who've been doing this as long as I had and you have, you you provide a lot of information so people can't tell you that, you're trying to hide something. And that's what I learned earlier on, is just flood them with information. And they can't tell you you're hiding something. That was sort of my mindset. And that's why I gave people more than they needed to know, but it was important stuff, and they couldn't tell me I was withholding information.
You complained that you give them too much.
Yeah. Yeah. But I don't recommend anyone do that. It's just it becomes a burden.
So the next question involves pilots and the impact of pilots, and the use of long-term pilots. So obviously, what is it? Chapter 91 of the Public Laws of 2025 was passed this year.
Yep. Yep.
And then you issued Local Finance Notice 2025-12
Yep.
to provide guidance on how to handle it. Personally, I think the law was a little heavy-handed, but it was done because one or two counties had difficulty getting their towns to comply with the 5% requirement to turn over the counties.
Yep.
I know just this past week, I sent a letter to all my municipalities in Bergen County, of which there's 70, providing guidance. It was a soft letter saying, hey, if you're not sure how to handle this, call us. We'll help walk you through it. There's some confusion as to whether or not they're paying on what's billed or what's collected. And I said to them, look, if you don't collect it, don't give it to me. It's cash collected, not billed, which is
It's uncollected. Yeah, it's definitely collected.
So I think the guidance was great. I think they're still confused because they don't know what to do with it. But I don't know what you're seeing in this area.
Haven't really. That was issued last month, and that was just passed in June before they went on recess. Then we had, it was definitely two counties, and I have no problem. I've mentioned it's Union and Essex. I think that's where it came out of, and there was, the leadership there. And I think they were having problems. The counties were having problems collecting on municipal pilot agreements. We fought hard and many iterations of just complete opposition to, going at, just these provisions that pop up when they go after CFO licenses for not, complying. We really just fought that, and every version that came to us, we would strike it and it would reappear. But look, I think there had to be a better tracking system. I can't even say that with some of the pilot agreements that I had in Morristown, that we were tracking them right. You really have to have somebody who's that's part of their job, and the CFO is responsible for this now. And I can't say that the CFOs, aside from seeing what was coming in, but there really wasn't a format to really track this stuff. And, some probably did a better job. I think some of the cities that just has, potentially hundreds, had to develop their own system. But I think this just, providing some uniform format was necessary. But yeah, it's starting November. You need to be in compliance with this. So
I can only imagine Greg in Jersey City, how many they have. I know
yeah,
Camden has over 130.
yeah,
The
yeah,
Asbury Park is another one, has a crazy amount of pilots. It's got to be a monumental task, if not one or two people's job, just to track it.
yep.
Hey, John, before we move on, sorry, I'm just going to jump in with the first polling question on this topic. You guys should all see this first poll. How familiar are you with the latest guidance from the Division of Local Government Services? And then I'll share the results in about 30 seconds.
I guess I have to answer very familiar. Is that right? Yeah.
I don't think you can. You're a panelist.
Yeah, I don't think I have a choice. I can't even do it. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Cannot vote. Sorry,
Well,
I didn't see the bottom of host and panelists cannot vote. Okay.
So while they're answering, the other thing that I think is overreaching is that if a municipality doesn't pay and they're late, they're going to start tacking on interest charges.
Yes.
And then they can take them to court, and then the municipality has to pay for the county's court fees. And
Yeah, and they go after your license. It's no joke. If you're the CFOs on this call, you have pilots, you need to be familiar with this law and get to know the spreadsheet that was put together. And if you have any questions, look, make sure you have a good relationship with the county. That's all I could say, and your county CFO. And maybe there will be some minor forgiveness at times, but just that it's important to have those relationships. And if there's any questions, please reach out to the division.
so I've had some towns that are dragging their feet, even on county taxes, saying, well, I need a voucher signed, or I needed a bill list to pay it. I'm like, no, you don't. You have to pay it on time. And if you need a bill list to approve it, then do it the bill list before that one,
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
I
I
have
mean, look,
assessing late fees.
when they were thinking about this, they were just there was a lack of understanding of whether it should be, based on a number that was projected in a pro forma or what was in the pilot agreements and those projections that you see. And I'm like, no, those can be very different from what is actually collected, because on a month, quarterly basis, it varies from month to month, potentially just based on vacancies or, just different, who's renting a parking space, so it's got to be unbilled. And that's,
I know when I was in Wharton, what we would do is, as the money came in, we would divert 5% to a liability due to county for pilots. That way I had it set aside. I knew what I had to pay the county.
Did you pay?
good advice.
So funny story, Betty Bauer, who was the CFO for Morris County, when she identified that I had a pilot and hadn't paid for 3 years, she made me go back 3 years and pay it. I said, come on, Betty. And she stood firm. I'm like, so I had to come up with the money. I had to pay her.
Well, we would get calls on, what the county would, at least in the county I was in, Union County, they would look at the housing authority, and the way we would put it in the housing authority is as a pilot, but it wasn't under the long-term tax exemption pilot, even though it's under the same statute, but it's a totally different, it's not what they thought it was a pilot. So they weren't entitled to those monies. But every year I get a call. You have this line item in your budget that talks about a housing authority pilot. It's like, it's not what you're entitled to receive any money on.
I was just told to stop torturing Betty because I bring that up all the time. And she's probably
you're very good at torturing people, John. So that I think everybody knows who's spent time with you.
I worked with Bud for years. You can't help but learn that.
Yeah.
All right. So I know the next question, John Mooney, about health benefits. He is going to love this one.
Yo. What do you got, John? You're on mute.
I was going to ask about state and transitional aid, but I could jump around if you'd like.
We're running out of time. That's why I think this is one that I know he's close to.
Well, I think the more pertinent one goes back to the cap law and budget flexibility. So I did want to get this one question in, and then we can skip
Yeah,
around thing.
sure.
With rising inflation and operational costs, are there any considerations for offering greater flexibility or new caps exceptions to the 2% property tax levy cap?
So I've talked about this publicly. I think the 2% number is arbitrary. It was at a time when there was no inflation when they created this. I think it should be tied to some type of CPI, some index that reflects what is currently going on, not what was happening 15 years ago. And then when they tied it, it worked in a very low inflationary period, as well as what the interest arbitration cap did. That really was effective in that. Now that that's not there anymore, and then you went into a incredible period of inflation, and I think inflation will be around for some time. It is much higher than 2%. Healthcare costs are exorbitant. Pension, I think this year, I think you all got your pension numbers. That's fairly low this year, at least on an average. I think PERS was like in the low ones as an increase. It will vary from municipality to municipality, but I think the number needs to be changed, John. I just think there needs to be serious consideration. Unfortunately, the state legislature has zero interest in getting away from this 2% number because it's what's emblazoned in the public's mind about what we should be containing costs at. And that's just not reality. And so, revenues are stagnant. I think everybody knows that for the most part. Local revenues, yes, pilot revenues from town to town, I think that's been growing. But what you'll see is now with interest rates going down, interest on investments will start to go down. So what you're collecting there, so you're struggling to raise other revenues, non-tax revenues, and 2% is just it needs to be changed. And I think we can make changes on the appropriation side, and we have there's a bill out there where and again, look, I think the appropriations cap is just kind of comical at this point with all the exceptions. But there's another one that we're adding with pension, anything over 3.5%. I think that there's other things we're trying to do, some of which I mentioned, with just even with the flexibility of just cap waivers. And I think that, honestly, I've educated a lot of municipalities over the last year even about that option for the cap waiver and what you can do with surplus cap waivers. And so that's being exercised a lot more this year, and we'll probably see more applications for that. But I think those are the things where state aid, so we have a bill out there for a new state aid methodology, which would for municipalities that are growing, for municipalities that are showing cost constraints, tax burden. There's a number of factors I've gone through in my presentations that are a part of that. That bill's out there. It's a singleton Schnall bill. I think lame duck, it might get done. That is going to be, I don't think that people understand the importance of additional state aid and what it's going to mean to municipalities next year. I'm going to do a presentation at the league that talks about really just giving a sort of 30,000-foot level of all the data we have and what we're seeing as trending, looking back in multi-years on certain aspects of just the financial condition of local governments. It's not good. And when you have someone like Tina say, in my 40-year career, I have not seen it as bad as I've seen it this year with how municipalities are struggling with their budgets. It's not going to get better next year. In fact, we know it's going to be a lot worse. And healthcare is going to crush municipalities. We all know that. And the state needs to provide more revenue, more than what you've been getting with that state aid tied to ETR. Establish that as a base. That's what we're trying to do with this bill. And any additional aid would be based on a weighted factors and this new methodology we're trying to create to consolidate Contra and the ETR. And it would be more fluid on a year-to-year basis. And of course, it will depend upon funding, but it needs to be in the hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars next year. It just needs to be in order to just at least mitigate what we're going to see next year. Whether the gubernatorial candidates understand this or not, but there's going to be a real crisis in the state next year for governments.
Mike, I have one more question. Basically about the oversight role of the division. You know, most of us appreciate the resources and knowledge that the division provides, but are somewhat uncomfortable at times with the feeling that sometimes the division oversteps their role. You've been on both sides of that relationship. How do you see the oversight role of the division?
It serves an important function. You know, there's been variations of this over the last 100 years of why it was created. It goes back to the Great Depression, and what it served. And I think it was an important division to create. And I think it serves, you know, to have that financial oversight that I think many states they don't have over their municipalities. And I think it's a fine line you have to play. I have come to really appreciate the authority and responsibility that the director has in the division. If you're ever interested in really understanding what what authority is, read the Municipal Stabilization and Recovery Act that was employed for the Atlantic City. It's unbelievably powerful for the director, and that is like, it is a reality check for me. Because I'm often asked to do certain things to exercise that authority I have by the municipality, which I have to be able to make decisions on things that just don't warrant it and things that do, right? So it's that fine line and it really ties to you know, if it's in the financial best interest. So when it comes to just my normal role as a director and how the division should act, we're there to ensure compliance. We're there, that's our role. But we need to better understand the other side of it, which is what I think I bring to this role. And I think that's why the commissioner hired me, because of that experience, which John mentioned earlier. There hadn't been somebody with that type of municipal government experience in many, many years. I don't know if there was really anybody. You know, Mark served in acting roles over those years, and Matt Watkins served a little bit, and Joe Manzo, and you know, they had been on the municipal side of it, but I think I personally bring a lot more experience to the job, and I'm often in discussions down there, particularly with the governor's office, that really don't understand local government. And I definitely have a perspective, and they all know me now because I'm not afraid to voice objections and why.
Thank you.
I know that Michael has a 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I have a 10 o'clock. I have to jump on. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So, do you have anything else you'd like to add, Director?
No, I just wanted everyone to know that, you know, look, we do serve a role, an oversight role, but while I'm there, and what I'm trying to instill in those who have been there and sort of just operating in a certain way, that we always have to be mindful of the impacts to county, local governments, authorities, and we have to better understand and take that into consideration when we're doing it. And I think they generally do try to accommodate, and you know, certain instances where there needs to be some flexibility. And that's all I ever ask of them, is to just listen and try to find a way, you know, within legal boundaries to solve the problem.
So now that you've been a panelist, Katie will make sure that you're a consistent person in the future, since you need credits as well. So you'll be invited to future roundtables.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Mike, you'll be on our list.
All right, thank you, Katie.
We had one more poll I'll just launch
Sure.
briefly, because Michael, you might be interested in the results. Which area would you like the division to provide more clarity or resources on? I'll give everyone a minute to vote and then submit or share.
So Katie, the panels can actually contribute
Yes, I found a setting, so you guys should be able to vote if you want to.
You can influence yourself here, Mike.
Yeah.
I can vote? Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Mike, very much appreciate your time here today. It was
Thank
excellent.
you, Ben. Thank you. Good to spend Friday morning with you guys.
Hopefully we get back in person. That's interesting. It's spread almost evenly, except for none.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Michael.
Michael,
Well,
thanks
thank you for
again.
having me. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I can't stay on and listen to the other panelists, but I do appreciate the time you've given. And if you have anything on your minds, let me know. You know how to reach me. You can always find me. And don't let anybody tell you that you can't reach somebody in the division. Our office numbers are tied to it's through Teams. So we use mobile phones. That was the first question I asked when I got to my office was, where's my phone? They no longer have hard phones. There's no phone sitting on desks. It's tied to your mobile phone through Teams. So you call their office number, you should get a person. And it's all, transcribed through Teams, so you get indications through email. We have that in place, and there shouldn't be any reason why people don't get back to you or to pick up your calls.
Now I know I can harass them more.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend.
You
You
too.
too.
All right.
Thanks.
Take care.
Bud and John, you want to do a break until 10, give people a chance to run for coffee and bathrooms? And
Yeah, we can get Damien on here.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Damien, we're just on a break. We're going to be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, Bud just stopped over.
Gotcha.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
You all set for us?
Always. For you. Other than this line of light that I have coming down the middle of my face. So if I
Well,
see cockeyed, it's just because of that reason.
hey, by the way, we're going to put together an investment committee based upon our conversation.
Good.
I think it's a good idea. I've just got to figure out who should be on it. I talked to a couple of the counties on who they use, which I think we're going to bring up during your conversation today.
Good.
I think we're back.
John, I was hoping Bud wouldn't make it.
Say that again?
I was hoping Bud wouldn't make it back.
Oh, well,
John, you want to introduce Damien?
absolutely. I just want to pull up his bio so I don't get anything too wrong.
And I just want to comment too, in the last session, I was thankful Mike Guarino made a couple of comments during the session. We do encourage you guys to ask questions, make comments either through the Q&A or the chat. We're grateful for any questions or comments.
Okay, so we're going to kick off our next segment here on wealth management. We have Damien Paumi with us today. Damien's the Director of Wealth Management and Planning at Nisivoccia Wealth Advisors. Damien's been helping individuals and business owners navigate their financial lives for over 2 decades, specializing in personal finance planning, retirement income strategies, and estate and wealth preservation planning. He takes a proactive, client-centered approach that focuses on education and strategic advice. Damien holds several key professional designations, including Certified Financial Planner, Accredited Investment Fiduciary, and Chartered Retirement Planning Counselor. He also maintains multiple securities and insurance licenses. A former president of Financial Planning Association in New Jersey and graduate of both Leadership New Jersey and Leadership Morris, Damien frequently speaks on market trends, retirement strategies, and financial planning topics, and has been recognized multiple times as a 5-star professional wealth manager for his excellence in client service. Happy to present to you right now, Damien Paumi. Damien, floor is yours.
Awesome. And John, how would you like to sort of moderate today? Because I have some documentation prepared, and we reviewed it yesterday. But I just want to make sure that I follow your lead on this one. Not John Mooney, John Rheinhardt.
I'm looking over at him.
John Mooney's like, wait, I didn't prepare that.
Damien, I would go with your presentation. I've got some questions I want to hit you with, and I'll interject at an appropriate time.
Sounds good. So the first thing that I wanted to spend some time on was one of the things that I was asked to discuss was really talking about people working through their own personal retirement. And so the logical spot to start with for everyone is in regards to how to calculate the pension and how to calculate the pension based on tiers. And so what I thought that I would do is I thought that I would share some information that is absolutely readily accessible to everyone. I'm going to share my screen. If everyone can see it, just maybe give me a thumbs up when it hits your screens. Okay, excellent. So this is a public document. I pulled up 3 different documents for this conversation, just the Public Employees Retirement System Member Guidebook. There's a fact sheet 54, which is always my favorite because I always think of car 54, where are you? And then just the information on the tiers. And I think inside of this book, obviously it shows some people some really important things. The most important thing for me is under your eligibility, making sure people understand what your tier, right? This is so important, not only for those that are in the system, but for leading people that are in the system. And the tier structure is super important because of these years and when the tiers actually started and the impact that the tiers bring to somebody's ability to take their pension and more importantly, when to take their pension. So I just like to review the tiers for everyone. So remember, tier 1 is anyone who was a member prior to July 1st, 2007. Tier 2 went from July 1st, 2007 to November 2008. It's a short small little group of tiered people. Tier 3, November 2008 to May 2010. Tier 4, May 2010 or May 21st, 2010 to June 28, 2011. And then obviously since June 28, 2011, moving forward, everyone is in tier 5. This is so important on many levels. One, based on your tier, it will dictate how your pension is calculated and when you can take your pension. And those are two important things. And that's one of the things that I find, whether it's in a municipal setting, whether it's in a board of ed setting, family members that have worked and they were getting the New Jersey state pension or the teacher's pension, then all of a sudden, they try to explain it to their kids who are also now working in the same spot. And what ends up happening is you run into problems. The key areas that you run into problems are in when you actually when you actually plan to start taking it. So I'm going to just sort of like review to this document. I know that it's got like a ton of different things inside of here. And I know that it's probably microscopic to everyone. So I'm going to try to blow it up, but I'm going to use a couple different things inside of here. So when you're in a tier 1, right, it's number of years of service over 55, right? And then what you're doing is you're using your highest 12 months of salary, right? And it's an average inside of there. What ends up happening though is as you move downstream with these, and as you move downstream with the tiers, what the real challenge that you run into is the main changes occur where in tiers 1, 2, and 3, you're using the highest 3 years of salary. In tiers 4 and 5, you're using the highest 5 years of salary. So that's super, super important. And why that's also important is because the denominator, right, also changes, right? So meaning it's number of years of service over 55 for tiers 1 through 3, and it's years of service over 60 for tiers 4 and 5. So what does that mean in English? What that means is really simplistically this. For every 1 year that I make, or every 1 year that I work, that I'm getting pension credits, I'm getting about 2% of whatever that salary was. That's going to be my salary in the future. So simple math, right? Now, if I'm a tier 5 individual, if I want to replace 50% of what it is that I'm making, I need to work 30 years because 30 years over 60, right? That's half of it. And then it's times my average 5 highest years. The challenge that you run into though, and this is the challenge that I don't think most people account for, is that there's minimum ages of what you need to be. So you need to have a minimum age before you can start taking the pension. And if you don't wait until that minimum age, you start actually getting pretty significant penalties, right? So the minimum ages for tiers 1 and 2 is age 60. I'm just going to say that one more time. So tiers 1 and 2, and I'm going to keep these tiers up there because I find that people always look back and they're like, wait, where are the tiers again? How did these tiers work? So if you're in tiers 1 and 2, so you started before 2008, right? What ends up happening is that you can start taking that pension at the age of 60. The minute 2008 rolled around, or at least after November 2nd, 2008, now you can't retire at 60 anymore. Now your minimum retirement age is 62. And that stayed true for tiers 3 and 4. And then in tier 5, that was a big change. So in any employee that started after June 28th, 2011, right? Their tier 5 basically says that you can't start taking that pension until 65. Now, is it true that you can take the pension prior to age 65? If you're in tier 5, or 62 if you're in tier 3 or 4, or 60 if you're in tier 1 or 2? The answer is yes, but the difference is going to be is that they're going to penalize you to do that. So just for perspective, if you were to retire, if you're a tier 5 member, which are a lot of the new people, the new hires, so these are people that have been around, let's say less than 14 years, right? if you were to retire prior to the age of 65, what they do is they reduce your monthly benefit by 0.25% per month, which ends up being 3% per year for each year under the age of 65. So let me just explain that in English. I get out of college and I start working for the system, and I'm a teacher, or I'm eligible for PERS. And let's say that I started, for simplicity, let's say that I started at the age of 20. And I'm like, you know what? I did my time. I work 30 years and I'm 50 years old. Heck, let's say that I started at 25 and I work 30 years and I'm 55 years old, right? So I've worked 30 years. I feel pretty good about this. I'm 55 years old. I'm like, you know what? I can't take this anymore. I'm going to start taking my pension. So granted, what they're going to do is they're going to do 30 over 60. So if let's say I made 100 grand, right? What would end up happening is my base number would be $50,000, right? If you think about it, if my average 5 highest years were $100,000, 30 years over 60 years, right? That's 0.5 times that highest means I'm going to start my pension at $50,000. But if I take it prior to 65, I get a penalty. And that penalty from 55 in this example to 65 would be 3% per year for 10 years, which would be 30%. 30% of $50,000 pension is $15,000 a year difference. So if I did my 30 years, and I know my friends did 30 years and they were still making the same money as me, and they retired at 65 and they're making 50 grand. And I'm 55 years old because I was the young one who started early, and I retire. I'm only making 35,000. That's a huge difference. And I always like to make sure that I take some time to go through that with everyone, because I don't think that the system, or I don't think that we all do a good enough job explaining that to anyone. And I could argue the same thing happens with Social Security. And I always like to tell a story about this. So my dad came to me at the age of 65 and he was grinning. He was all fired up. And he said, "Hey, David, I just want to let you know, I'm going to retire." And I'm like, "That's great, Dad. I feel so great. That's awesome. You get to, fulfill the mission, you're going to retire." And he goes, "So I'm going to take my Social Security." And I said, "Oh, no, that's not how it works." And he's like, "Well, what do you mean? I retired. I'm at that time, normal retirement age was 65. Now it's 67. And we'll get to that." He's like, I'm going to retire. I'm going to take my Social Security." And I said, "No, I really don't want you to do that." And what people don't understand is that you can stop working and not take Social Security. You could stop working and not take your pension. But when you think about all the people that that have worked for the system, how many people have actually done that? Like none of them. And the reason why is because for tier 1, you could be 55. So it's only if you took it out prior to 55 that you would get a penalty. So if I was tier 1 and I followed somebody else's lead, they started at 25, they worked, the 30 years, they retired, they were getting their pension. Just because I was hired after June 28th, 2011, my pension is 30% less because of that penalty of 3% per year from 65 back down to 55 in this example. So I always like to talk about that, because I think that it's a missed opportunity to educate the employees about the importance of saving, right? And the importance of saving to me really comes in the form of the 457 plan, right? Or the deferred comp plan that is available for everyone. And that has actually a really interesting provision. So once again, I tie a lot of these stories back to myself or family members because I think that it sort of resonates with me, and therefore sometimes people can remember this. But a 457 plan, and remember the state 457 plan, for those that are part of like higher ed and things like that, is through Prudential. Each municipality, each school district, they all have the ability to use 457 plans. I know that Bud told me that there might be some school professionals on there, so on this call, so I wanted to articulate. More people use a 403B in the land of schools, where more people use 457s in municipalities. But in school districts, you are allowed to have both a 403B and a 457. So that 457 is super important. And the main reason why a 457 to me is so important on this topic is the 457 plan is the only plan that exists that allows somebody to take money out prior to 59 and a half without a 10% penalty. I always take some time and articulate that and say it a few times. So the 457 plan, which was designed for people that potentially would retire prior to 60, by the way, it gives that person the ability to tap into that retirement account without having to pay a 10% penalty. Because the traditional rules of a retirement account is that you cannot touch it until 59 and a half. So this was really designed for police officers, for fire professionals, for first responders. It was really designed for those people that they'd start working at 20, they'd retire 25 years later at 45. And then what would end up happening is they might need to tap into that retirement account. Well, if you're 45 years old and you're a retired state trooper, you really can't, touch your 403B plan because you have to wait until 59 and a half. You can't touch the IRA. So what could you touch? You could touch the 457 plan. So I think that it's an important vehicle for people to start thinking about and utilizing. And it's definitely great for planning strategies for people that are in these tiers of the tiers 1, the tier 5 in particular. And so I just wanted to make sure that I spent some time talking about that. Another thing that I think is really interesting is, let me just keep going down on this.
Hey, Damien, there's a quick question.
Sure.
Someone asked, is the 3% reduction only for the years under the age, or does that reduction remain after you reach the age for the life of your payments?
Great question. It remains for the life of your payments.
Wow.
So it's 0.25% per month. So let's say that I was 64 and a half. If I was 64 and a half, 6 months times 0.25% per month, 1.5% reduction. In the example that I used, which was 10 years, it was 3% per year for all 10 of those years. That 30% is a reduction from the time that I take that pension on. So it's a decision that you cannot change. It becomes a problem. Another thing that I think that is really interesting is that not many people use the ability to purchase service credits. And the people that do, I will tell you, many of them do it ineffectively. The purchase of service credits is kind of interesting because for those that know that maybe have worked in the system, but maybe didn't necessarily, get credit, or they leave the system and they come back, the purchasing of service credits is really a good deal. Coming from a financial advisor, right? And there's a couple important things about these service credits. And I'm just going to use this once again. I'm just following something that any of you can completely have access to. I gave it to Katie so she could push this out as well. But this is an example right here where there was a member, they were 45 years old, earning $60,000 a year. They wanted to get 18 months of temporary service. And they wanted to do it. So how did they do that? They went from 45 right here. They're 45 years old. The purchase factor was this 0.048761, right? And all they did was they took that factor here, they multiplied it by the compensation that they were in for the 1.5 years, because that was the example, it was 18 months, and it cost $4,300 or $4,400. I want to state the obvious on this one. For those that don't have a pension, if I could spend $4,400 to get a year and a half of credit toward a pension that would pay me lifetime income for an extended period of time, I would do it. Because if we just assumed that this person stayed only making $60,000, let's say for their last 5 years, and let's say that they worked the 30 years, they would get a $30,000 a year pension payment. $30,000 a year of guaranteed income costs somebody outside of a pension world somewhere in the neighborhood of about $500,000 to $600,000 of savings to create $30,000 a year of guaranteed income.
So Damien, to frame it again for tier 1 or tier 1, 2, 3 or 55, right?
Yeah.
So 1 year over 55 is equal to 1.82% of your salary.
Yeah.
For somebody that's
Of
there,
the top years.
right, top year. So that's a lot of money. So if you're in the tiers 4 was 60 years,
Yeah.
that's 1.7%. And for those in tier 5, that's 1.54%.
Right. It's nuts. So just think about that. Imagine paying $4,200 for the ability to get like $650 guaranteed for the rest of your life. $800 guaranteed per month for the rest of your life. Like, it's huge differences. Now,
so I do that with my pension planning. I look for every year I stay in. If I get a 2% raise plus the extra year, it's 2% plus the 1.8. So it is actually combined, it almost equates to 5% increase every year in a pension.
Yeah. And what people do wrong is this. Most people, if they don't try to even get any of these credits added back. The second thing is that you actually have a loophole in the system, and I'm going to explain it right here. See this rollover for purchase payments? Because your pension was a retirement account, you can actually fund that shortfall, that $4,400 that we use as this example, from another retirement plan. So if you had a 403B or a 457 plan or a retirement account, something that was pre-tax, you could actually use any of those pre-tax tax qualified accounts to put into the pension to buy back the credit. So let me explain what that means. If I want to give you $4,400, and let's say that I'm in the 30% tax bracket, I might need to make $6,000, pay taxes on that to have $4,400 to put in. With this, it actually allows you to move pre-tax dollars from that retirement account to buy the credits. So you could actually buy back credits with pre-tax dollars. I want to pause there because that should be one of those ones where you're thinking to yourself, if I have the ability to buy back some pre-tax credits, I got to remember that I should use my retirement account to be able to do this. That's great tax planning. Does that make sense to everybody?
It does. And your discussion about the tiers is perfect, because if you do want to retire at 55 and you're tier 5, how do you bridge the gap so you don't take that penalty and you defer your retirement? So the 403B or a 457 is an awesome vehicle to get you there.
That's right. And that's why they actually put that in this document. So you can't make this up. So the first thing that they do in supplementing your pension, the first thing that they reference, maybe you should consider to use a 457 plan. Right? So they're, it's basic knowledge, but those 457 plans, they are so important for everyone to be able to do this. And it's important for two reasons. Number one, if you want to supplement your retirement, it allows you to take the pension without the penalty, or take Social Security at a later date versus taking it when you stop working. And I'm going to change my, the thing that I'm sharing to a Social Security planning tool, because I know that like John loves these tools that I share with people, because it's big bucks. So does anyone ever get their Social Security statement? It comes out around your birthday. And you're like, yeah, it looks like a big number, like in the future, but like, what am I going to do with that? The geek in me actually loves going in there. And I made this up this morning, and I said, imagine we have two people, right? And the two people that we have are, we have spouse A and we have spouse B. And spouse A and spouse B, let's say they work within the municipality, and they're tier 5. And what they're going to do is they're going to retire, and they're going to take their Social Securities at 65, right? So I'm going to put this in there, right? I've heard it 1,000 times. You know, I should take my Social Security as fast as I possibly can. So number one, if your normal retirement age, let me pull up my little handy dandy chart for everyone. If I was born before 1937, which most people are on these calls, right? That's the people that were actually allowed to retire at 65 for normal retirement age. For most people that are on these calls, they were born, let's say after, probably in the 1960 plus range. So in the 1960 plus range, your normal retirement age is 67. So that means you get your full benefit or 100% at the age of 67. If you took it early, if you took it at 65, there's another example of that penalty again, right? So instead of getting my full Social Security benefit, if I took it at 65, I only get 86.7% of that Social Security payment. It's a reduction. And so, Bud, to the question that came in earlier, is that a reduction just for that year? No, it's a reduction from that time moving forward. These are once you make that decision, it's that point moving forward. So what ends up happening is that becomes a problem. So you might say, well, how big of a deal is that? Well, if both, let's say spouse 1 and spouse 2, and I just said that their normal full retirement benefit was going to be $2,600 and $2,000 per month, respectively. One was born January 1st, 1965. One was born on June 1st, 1967. If they both take Social Security at the age of 65, they would get, and let's say that they lived until 85 years old each. They lived until 85 years old each. They will collect $1.6 million from Social Security. Actually, no, sorry about that. Back that up. If they take it at 65, they will collect just under $1.5 million from Social Security. If they waited the 2 years till 67, they would get 1.63. That's a big difference.
Damien, don't they figure that Social Security Administration has the mortality tables and they know what it costs? So by you deferring, they're still going to pay the same amount of money roughly over time. They're just investing that money longer.
Correct. And if you waited until 70, you can see it right over here. It's almost 1.75 million. What I think most people do wrong is this, though. Most people, once again, I'm going to get back to my dad, right? So my dad said, hey, Damien, I want to take my Social Security. I convinced him not to take his Social Security at 65. So he said, well, when do you want me to take it? I said, Dad, I want you to take it at 70. He said, you want me to wait until 70? And I said, yeah, because every year past your normal retirement age that you wait, your Social Security increases by about 8% per year. So if your normal retirement age is 67 and you wait until 70, that's a 24% increase. Now, the reason that my dad used, and I can guarantee you've heard this before. Well, Damien, there's this thing, and if I don't live beyond like 10 or 12 years, it was a bad deal for me to take the Social Security early. John, you're laughing because you've heard this before and you said it to yourself. And he goes, what do you think about that? And I said, Dad, and this is where my wit came into play. I said, Dad, you're right. There's no way you're going to make it 10 or 12 years. I would love for you to make it like 20 years. But at 65, he was not in the best of health. And I would say you'd be lucky if you make it, 10 or 12 years. And he actually, he passed away 10 years later, right? And he said, but then I made the wrong decision. And I said, no, you made the right decision. And here's the reason why, Dad. Because it wasn't about your life expectancy that I was planning for. It was about my stepmom, Sherry. Sherry was going to live way beyond my dad. And we both could agree with him. We both agreed on that fact. But the difference was that when somebody gets widowed, the surviving spouse moves forward with the higher of the Social Securities. So I will tell you that a base principle for a guy like me is if the higher earner, in this example, I purposely did this, was older, I am a big fan of the older person waiting until 70 and the younger person taking it at normal retirement age. Why? Because if that older person who was the higher earner, which they're going to get the bigger benefit, 8% of a big number, right, becomes even a bigger number, right, on a monthly basis. So that means more money that you get to spend. And then you're not playing off of the life expectancy of spouse one. You're playing off of the life expectancy of both spouses. And statistically speaking, if two spouses get to the age of 65, there's a 50-50 shot one of you gets to 90.
But
So whether you're playing with your pension, whether you're paying with Social Security, you do really want to focus in on that monthly cash flow that you're going to get, that pension payment, and how you're going to do that. And look, you can see if person one took it at 70 and person two took it at 67, they get $1.7 million if they live to 85. If both of them waited, it's only like 30 grand more.
So, Damien, we have a bunch of questions that popped up.
Yeah.
You want us to hit these before we move on?
Let's do it.
And so, the mortality table for a normal person right now from the IRS, or not IRS, the Social Security is roughly 82. But all planners, financial planners will tell you plan that you live 10 years beyond that. Is that correct?
I would say, look at yourself, look at your health habits, look at your family history, and then look at the family history of both parties, right? Because you're not planning for one, you're planning for two people. We typically, I will tell you, with people living much longer these days, we have a lot of people that are in their late 80s and 90s. So I always plan on one person making it to 90.
Okay, so the first question is, if a Tier 5 member exits the pension system for more than 2 years and later re-enters, what happens to their previously vested service time 10 plus years upon return?
So not exactly sure on the 10 plus years, but as long as they're able to re-enter the system under Tier 5, they can start accruing the benefits again.
That's my understanding as well. But if you exit as a Tier 1, leave for 2 years and come back, you're automatically Tier 5. So now you're a split.
Yeah, and so I can tell you, there was a period of time where what you do is you multiply, I'm making this up, 10 years over 55, and then you multiply the new years of service under the new tier over 60. So it ends up being like a split math calculation for yourself on that. If that makes sense.
It does.
And so let me sort of show everyone this, right? I'm gonna move my chart over again. Okay. So what I'm talking about here is these worksheets, right? So what you're doing is you're taking the number of years of service in the respective tier, and you're dividing it either by 55 or 65, and then you're multiplying it by B here, and B is the salary, right? And so that gets into, the highest salary over the 5 years or the highest salary over the 3 years, and that gives you a maximum benefit, and that's how you're coming up with your max. Then, not to get into the weeds, but then you could start looking at ages inside of here about what the member's age is versus the beneficiary's age, and you could see what the joint options would be inside of it. But what we were talking about is we were really talking about this, certain rate over 55 and then adding it to the second rate over 60.
Okay. The next one I think you answered says if you deferred, you still get a penalty. The answer is no.
Yeah, you don't. So what I'm a big fan of, like, imagine you retire at 63, right? And you don't want to take the 2-year penalty because you're a tier 5. So you don't want to take a 6% reduction for the rest of time, right? You might actually, want to just defer it. And this goes into another thing. You want to be really, knowledgeable on how to submit your retirement. And I always tell people this story about this. I was dealing with a teacher. So once again, it was a teacher, but the pension system and the pension calculator is very, very similar, right? But I was dealing with a teacher on this one, and the teacher was married, and the spouse called me and said, "Hey, listen, we have a problem. My spouse has terminal cancer." So I always take some time and I talk about this, because if you don't start taking your pension and you die, John, I'll ask you, what does your spouse get?
If I take my pension and I die?
If you don't take your pension, so
Oh.
you die before taking your pension, do you know what your spouse gets?
3 times my salary.
They get a life insurance proceed. So I'm going to do some math with everyone. John worked in tier 5. We're going to use tier 5, and he made $100,000 a year. And that $100,000 a year, and he worked 30 years, and he was still working. So we know his pension roughly was going to be $50,000 a year, right? And he dies without taking that pension. Do you think that his spouse would ever be able to guarantee themselves roughly $50,000 a year for the rest of time with $350,000?
No.
No, because I already told you this. In order to create 50,000, how much does John need to have? He needs to have like $1.2 million, right? So if you get into an instance where somebody who is eligible for the pension, and I don't care if it would be a reduction or not, you do want to go in there and you at least want to start the process and elect that you would start. You don't have to actually take the pension, but you have to start the election process of that. So what we did was the person developed this terminal condition. I told the spouse, I said, listen, you and your spouse need to go home. You need to go into the pension system. You need to actually say that you're going to retire on a certain day and actually start the process. Not necessarily. They haven't received any payments yet, but they submitted the process. They're going to retire and start collecting that pension. The minute that they do that, you lose the death benefit. And what does the spouse move forward with? The pension payment. Because that pension payment is way more impactful than the death benefit. I pulled up an example, like if anyone has ever seen like these charts, like this is what the pension looks like. This person, the maximum benefit that they were going to get was $39,000 per year. And if they took joint and 100% for their spouse, it was going to be $2,800 a month. The life insurance amount was $206,000. Like 200,000 would never produce $2,800 a month. What other questions do we have in there?
So, Damien, it's funny that you say that. Several years ago, I had a friend who was on their deathbed, was sitting there with the wife trying to figure out what to do, and said, did he start the pension process? And she said, no. Why? I said, get a laptop. Make sure he hits the button.
Yeah, hit submit now.
Next question is, employees often ask if there is a set number of years that you need to be enrolled in pension before you can retire. Example is tier 1, employee is 55, but said hasn't done 25 years yet. Isn't it just once vested after 10 years? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, so it's minimum of 10 years of service required.
Okay.
And that's in all tiers.
Next one is how many years can you buy back? I don't think there's a limit.
There is no limit. Heck, if I could buy back a year and a half for $4,400, I mean, let's just do some rough math. That's like $3,000 per year. I'd buy back 10 years for 30 grand. 100% if I could.
Hey,
Here's
John.
one that's,
Oh, sorry. I'm just going to jump in with the first poll really quick.
sure, we're going to keep asking questions while you do that. Oh, no,
Go
we can
for
answer.
it. I'll share results in about 30 seconds. Just asking about your familiarity with your municipality's retirement plan options. Thanks, guys.
Damien, you're not allowed to answer this because you know them all.
I won't. I know nothing about these things. Nothing.
Here's when I get this off, and it's more of a dispute. A town I worked for labeled me as a seasonal in 2008, but let me stay on throughout the year. I wasn't able to buy back the time. Is there any way to dispute this?
I haven't seen many disputes be successful. Listen, everyone tries.
I think it depends upon the fact pattern on every case. It says, can you please provide examples of other employment service that would qualify for purchase credit? I think military time allows you to buy back. I don't know what else you've seen, Damien.
It's actually in the book. It does go through it all inside of here. It gives examples. So it's like out of state service, so former member service, out of state service, US government service, military service after. There's a few different categories that it falls under. So once again, we'll make this available to everyone. This is on see page 16 of the most recent version of the member benefit.
And they're online too. Everybody has access to this, but I know I'm pulling them down often and looking because I always get hit with questions. So it says, so if you have a 457 from a previous employer, you can only roll it into your current 457 to be able to withdraw without penalty? Question mark.
Okay. I'm glad somebody asked this question. So I would tell you, so I've been a financial planner for a while now. And every time I say this to other financial advisors, they all turn white. I would be very, very, very skeptical about moving a 457 plan from an old employer into my current employer. And the reason is this. Once you move it from so the rule of a 457 plan is I am allowed to take money from it without a 10% penalty as long as I am no longer working for that company or I'm no longer working for that institution. So if I move my old 457 into my new employer's plan, it will no longer be in a spot that of a plan for somebody that I no longer work for, which means that number one, while I'm still working, I will not be able to take money out of it. And number two, I must wait until I sever the relationship with that new employer before it becomes eligible for me. So this is like a planning strategy. I've actually done this with my favorite one is I did this with a DPW guy. This DPW guy was working in a town. He decides to put money into a Roth 457 plan for like 10 or 15 years. Now, why did he do that? Because he was planning to go from one municipality to another municipality. Ironically, he was planning to do that when his kids were in high school. It's part of the story. So here's a person who saved money into a Roth 457 plan, a retirement vehicle, Roth being pre-tax, meaning it comes out completely tax-free, leaves it in the 457 plan, moves from municipality 1 to municipality 2. Gets to municipality 2 when his kids are juniors in high school. When he fills out the FAFSA form, what does he not need to disclose? Retirement accounts. That 457, the last I heard, was a retirement account. So he does not need to disclose that on his FAFSA form. Kids start going to college a couple years later. Where does he take the money from? The Roth 57 of the original employer. No 10% penalty, no tax, doesn't show up for financial aid. showed up as soon as he started taking it out because it shows up as tax-free income, but it didn't show up as an asset for financial aid purposes. It was ingenious. I loved it.
That's cool. So we had a couple more, but I want to finish up the personal ones because we want to work on as a employer your responsibilities too. So next one is, can you please explain the 457B provision for additional contributions during the last 3 years before retirement?
Okay. So there's a couple different provisions that we're going to talk about with that, and I'm going to share my screen again. So the first thing is that there's some new rules coming out about income limitations. So let's make sure that everyone is aware of that. And they all fall under the same category. So whether it's a 401k, 403b, or a 457 plan, they all work. So standard limit, 23,500. I don't know if everyone can see my screen all right. Catch-up contribution if you're over the age of 50, $7,500. And then starting this year with Secure 2.0, there's an additional catch-up contribution between 60 and 63, which means instead of putting in $7,500 more, you're actually allowed to put in $11,250 more. So some people are asking me questions about that additional catch-up contribution that can happen between 60 and 63. There is another rule though, and the other rule does say that if I have had an existing retirement account like a 457, and it also works for 403Bs, that what I have the ability to do is I have the ability to backfill to some extent for years that I didn't fill out the max. So I used to do this a lot in the past so for those that don't know, my wife is a pediatric emergency room doc. So when she was going through her residency, I would try to convince all the residents to set up the 403B, the 457 plan, and just put something in it with the idea that they wouldn't have filled up to the max in any of those years. So once they actually started earning money, they could go back and put additional money in. So those are the two places that you're going to typically get that question about. The other place that I get it randomly about is for teachers and sick pay. And then that's that whole final pay program where if a district has an agreement with a vendor that they can move like the sick days directly into the retirement account and it doesn't count as a contribution, it actually counts as an employer contribution. So not to get into the weeds on that, but just know that there's some funky things that you can do at the end.
So there's one more, and I think I'm going to answer this for you. It says, Lou Neely always pressed the matter of putting in for your retirement, if eligible, even if you don't intend to retire, to protect the pension payout. Just remember to pull back before the date, then rinse and repeat annually. So the problem with that one is they changed some of the rules. The employer can actually have a policy in place that says that you need to get their approval to pull out. So once you put in, if they deny your request to pull out, you're forced into retirement.
That's right. So you better be a good citizen for your employer and one that they don't want to get rid of.
That's correct. So we're actually almost at the end of your time, but I'd like you, Damien, to cover because you and I had talked about as an employer, what your fiduciary duties are as the CFO if you're the plan administrator.
Yeah. And
right?
So I want to start out first. I'm a big fan of like, what are the 5 main duties like on paper? And then I'm a big fan of like, what are the most common violations? Because you learn from your mistakes, right? So the 4 categories of your fiduciary standard are duty of loyalty, right? So what duty of loyalty means is that you shouldn't have a conflict of interest. It's like, duh, we understand that. But your loyalty is not to the municipality. Your loyalty are to the participants. So you have a duty of loyalty to the participants of the plan. Second thing is a duty of prudence. A third one, and this is what we were talking about, but you know, when you jump back on, John, is a duty to diversify and oversee investments. So the duty to diversify and oversee investments means that you might want to have an investment committee that reviews, you know, the different plans that your location, that your municipality or that your district might have, and then just make sure that like the investments are available, that there's a grouping of investments that are available. I know that everyone has like limitations because the state allows for only certain vendors to play in the space, right? But how do you decide between one vendor or next? Or how do you decide if you're going to have multiple vendors? Because there's different pricing when it comes to that. And then the fourth duty is the duty to follow your plan document. So if you have a plan document that says that you need to do something, I'm going to state the obvious. You need to do it. So that leads into the 5 most common fiduciary violations or the fiduciary breaches. The number 1 has always been, and historically probably will continue to be, late or missing contributions. And I'll give you like a for instance on this. So just imagine you're a district that has 2 different 457 plans. One of them, you send a paper check, and the other one, you either use an administrator or you're using somebody and they're like drafting the money right in. I could argue that that paper check, by the time it gets through the whole system, gets in an envelope and gets mailed out, might not make your timelines there. And it's definitely going to have a mismatch as compared to the group that just pulls the money in. Right. So those late and missing contributions are important. You want to make sure that you're looking for that. Excessive fees. I will tell you, I have my own opinion on this one. This is something that to some extent in New Jersey, we all can't get around. And the reason why we can't get around a lot, to some extent, the excessive fees is because there's only certain vendors that are allowed to play into the space. So then you just have to be mindful about, what fees that those vendors are charging us for that information, and just make sure that you have at least some sort of documentation that you did look at it. Poor investment oversight, that's not having like an investment committee or some sort of somebody to like look over this, or at least, hey, once a year, let's look at it. Prohibited transactions, most people don't have that. And then the other one, and actually I will tell you, this is problematic a lot of times for older employees who are still on the plan, by the way. Failure to provide required disclosures. Most required disclosures these days are done through email. And so what happens is sometimes if people don't have their emails on file for the 403B, 457 plans, they miss those required disclosures. And then they come back and they get mad at you for not telling them that some sort of thing has changed. Because what a lot of vendors are doing is a lot of vendors are changing from mailing out stuff to having it emailed out. So they want to have an active email that goes back to that. Those would be the hot buttons for me if I were to just answer that question, John. You're on mute, just so you know. So we'd love to hear what you have to say, but we just don't.
For the benefit of the CFOs that are here, so we recently were in Bergen County looking at establishing an investment committee. So I called around to see what other people do. And the investment committee is usually comprised of the CFO from a county perspective, the administrator, deputy administrator, county council, and somebody else that's involved. I said, okay, so the investment committee is supposed to review the investment. So who's the expert? They said, well, the CFO. I said, why do you think I know everything about these investments? So the onus then rolls all the way back to the CFO. So I asked Damien, I said, so I just learned recently of another county that has hired an outside person to come and help them to do the evaluation of the investments. And I said, well, they say that they're actually the outside professional is being paid by the plans to do this. And Damien had a great response to this. And what was your response?
My response was how did they pay for it from the plan? Because the way that this works normally inside of, let's say, a 401k plan is you're allowed to build out what they call an ERISA budget, or a budget that you can take out of for paying for plan expenses. The challenge that you run into, though, is what if you had 2 plans? What if you had one plan that had like $20,000 in it and one plan with like $2 million in it? Like, you would never get the proportions right. And then how are you going to get like an exact percentage from each person's account so that it was paid equally and not one over the other? That's a big one for me.
It was a great question and answer, but it opened my eyes, because we're about to form our investment committee. We're going to engage somebody on the outside. Most likely it's going to be Damien, because I trust him. He's great. He's got this energy about him. So, but you need somebody to help you with it, because we're not experts. So, Damien, I think you hit on all of my stuff that I hit you with.
All right, so I got one more for you, because I wouldn't be a good soldier to the accounting firm if I didn't go over the Trump tax cuts. Come on now, right? Like, there's some beauties in there, and the ones that I was thinking about, and I just wanted to share with everyone was was one that I'm assuming that all of you are getting. And the one that I would make an assumption that everyone's getting is this: we're not getting taxed on overtime anymore, right? So I decided to put that up there because I think that it's kind of interesting. So in order to qualify for no tax on overtime, so first of all, the maximum amount of overtime that you could get without paying tax on it is $12,500 per person, or $2,500 if you have two people getting overtime. And you're only eligible for it if your income is less than $150,000 or $300,000 if you're a joint filer. So if, you know, and this, by the way, it's very similar rules as to tax on tips, that there's a limit as to how much you do this. So I was actually talking to a state trooper the other day. He was all fired up because this was a great year because we had the sinkhole. Right? And so he's like, I cranked the overtime. I'm like, oh man. He's like, oh, don't worry about it. It's tax free. I'm like, not for you, my friend. Because what happens is that you're married and your wife does very well. And because your wife does very well, you collectively earn more than 300,000, which means that none of that overtime will be tax free. And hypothetically, even if it was and you qualified, only 12,500 of it would actually, you'd be able to get the benefit for it. I felt bad doing it to the guy. He was all excited, but I just needed to make sure he understood. Couple other big things that are coming up though this year is the standard deduction. So remember SALT, state and local taxes. So SALT used to cap us all at 10% or $10,000. So what you used to do is whatever state income taxes you paid, your real estate taxes, like your property taxes, things like that, used to get capped at $10,000. Now, if you earn less than, call it about 500,000 as a couple, what will end up happening is you'll actually be able to go above that. And so what will end up happening is the number will go up. And so more people will be able to take advantage of getting those deductions again. The big changes inside of the Trump tax cuts, though, is that there's this new $6,000 bonus deduction. I don't know if everyone can see that. I know it's microscopic, but it's available for individuals who are 65 and older. There is a phase out for that as well. So, I mean, here's an example where, you know, you're filing jointly. You know, you get a $31,000 standard deduction. You're both over the age of 60 or over the age of 65, so you get $12,000 more. And then there's this funky new one too inside of there that allows for people that are contributing to like nonprofits to get, and this doesn't go into effect until 2026. But in 2026, if you give money to like a nonprofit, a church, a temple, a synagogue, what ends up happening is that you'll actually be able to deduct above the standard deduction up to $1,000 per person or $2,000 as a couple for those cash donations, which is also important. And then for the uber wealthy, they were all excited about this. Annual gifting, $19,000 per person per year, and more importantly, lifetime gifting will go from $13.99 million each to $15 million next year. So that means that if you hit the Powerball, you're allowed to pass down $30 million if you're a couple starting next year to the family without paying any taxes. So I just wanted to make sure that I threw that out there as well. The one on the overtime was the one that I was hearing the most that people had some questions about.
So we have two questions that are out there. There was a couple you answered along the way, so I answered them privately. So what counts as overtime? Does differential pay count? Does extra duty count as overtime? Does double time count? Or should that time be recalculated as 1.5 times? So it's a bunch. What they're saying is they're distinguished between 40 hours and 35 hours for white collar. I think the answer is anything that is overtime. Anything that's not your normal pay would be considered overtime.
And then we would both say, please consult a tax advisor.
Yeah, call Bud. Or John or Andrew. Because then they'll send you the right person because they're not going to answer either.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you don't want me doing your taxes, believe me.
So the next one is Oh, we got a couple. For this new tax-free overtime scenario, is this something that Prime Point? Of course, call your payroll company. They'll figure it out for you.
Yeah. Good luck.
That's not for us to do. Everybody says Damien is awesome. He's got lots of energy. Mike Greeno says not outside service. I think it is. If you're doing an outside detail, it's overtime. You're getting paid an overtime rate to do an outside detail. Those are the questions. I think Damien did a great job. Oh, there's one more.
Before we close out, John, I'm going to launch this last poll on Damien's topic. Just another question on retirement planning. Which area of public employee retirement planning would you like more clarity on? And I'll share this. Thanks.
I would do other. So I always hit Damien up with crazy stuff. So Damien, I'll share with them that I called him up one time. I'm like, Damien, I just want to sit with you. I want a sanity check. And I showed up with my own retirement calculator, all my stuff that I had. And I said, could you go over with him? And he starts to laugh at me. And he says to me, you have what we call PPP. I looked at him and he laughs at me. And I said, what the hell is PPP? He goes, you have privileged people's problems.
The triple P's of life, my friend. How blessed are we to have them?
So funny. But I encourage anybody that is thinking about it to talk to Damien, because he is a wealth of knowledge and he's got the energy to encourage you to do stuff. I encourage all of my employees, especially when they first come in, put $5 in your account and your deferred comp. Start with 5. Every year get a raise, split your raise and put half towards your deferred comp until you grow it. When you retire, you're going to thank us, because it's going to be a huge nut and it's going to allow you to figure out what you want to do and have these options.
Yeah, these big that differential, like if you have any inkling in your tier 5, if you have any inkling that you're thinking about retiring before the age of 65, it's like a no-brainer, because it just gives you the choice and the flexibility to not have to take a penalty.
So we have one question that says, Damien, was there something new in regards to the child tuition deduction?
I don't know. I only pulled out the biggest ones. I mean, there was a bunch of new things under this big, beautiful bill, as they called it.
So call your tax.
Yeah, so I would say, you know what, go to Gemini or Chat GPT. It'll probably tell you in about 5 seconds. And then ask your tax professional if that was right.
So it's probably not a Damien question either. The W-2 would need to be modified to include overtime amount with a question mark. Yeah, I'm sure it would. I don't know the answer to that, but that's your tax professional.
Yeah, but normally it lines it out, right? If you think about most W-2s line out like on the total compensation, and not the W-2, on your last payroll stub, it lines it out.
So I would talk to your payroll company. I think those are questions. I think we're good. Damien, thank you so much.
No problem. Have a great day, everyone. Enjoy your Friday.
Thanks, Damien.
Thanks, Damien.
No problem.
Take care.
Do we want to do another quick break before we?
I think Greg's up next. Why don't we leave it to Greg?
There we go. So, yeah, do you want to take a break or?
Yeah, let's just do a 5 minute. Let's do, so let's meet back at, just call it 7 minutes, 11:10.
Okay.
Perfect.
Round it up. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So Greg, what do you think so far?
So the first thing is you can't turn your audio on with the little icon that's on your name. You have to use something else, but that's fine. Anyway, so it's great. It's enjoyable. I do agree with you. I think you said like you used to do this in person. And it would be more fun to do it in person because I'd love to see the participants. But yeah, it's great. There's a lot of energy. I don't know if I want to follow someone like Damien. He's got such great energy. But yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's really good. I
Yeah, we've
think
got
I'd say the things that I've seen now, I've probably seen you for the last 5 to 7 years, right? And you always add something that's missing, which is that human element of just taking it to the next level. So you should be very proud of yourself. You really make a difference, you know? So
thanks. Now, didn't you get the GFOA National Award of Excellence one year?
me or you
Did.
or in Jersey City?
Maybe it was Jersey City, but I think that's where I think I first saw your name. It came when I was GFOA president.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll say yes,
Somebody
I
else.
did, and the city. But
It was somebody.
I doubt it. But it certainly wasn't me personally. But I
Yeah,
don't know.
Damien has a wealth of knowledge. He's fine. So I hit him up in our pre-meeting on just the different tiers, just to say, it's important because people don't necessarily understand that there are tier differences.
No, you know, the thing about it is the retirement benefits are so complicated, and when do you look at them? You know, you don't. So iteration is so important in learning. You don't remember the multiplication table when you're first given it to you, whenever third grade. Takes time, right? So it's the same thing with that. The other thing too is Jersey City has its own pension plan. So listening to Damien, I'm going to call this guy because I have a financial planner, but he's private sector. And so he's not going to understand it the way Damien will. So
He has a unique ability to grasp what we do.
yeah, exactly. And also understand the state statute. Like my guy would do it. He's smart, but I'd rather someone who lives it. Do you know how many municipalities have their own pension? I don't know if there's less than a handful. I think they've
I
all
only know
moved.
you guys because
Sorry.
I talked to Carmen Gandula a lot, so I know about yours, but I don't know of any others. Newark, maybe?
I think they all moved into the state pension plan, I
I
think.
think they did. So you're the second largest city
Yes.
in the state. A lot going on. I mean, it would have been, we should have done a whole section on just pilots for just what people deal with the nuances.
You could. We would be a study in Scarlet because it would be, if you're a Sherlock Holmes fan, because it's like there's a lot of detective work because they're so different over the course of so many years, and they were so important in Jersey City. When you mentioned it earlier about, to me, sort of throwing it to me about the 5% to the county. Oh, the county's on our door. We don't, because there's so much money involved. So
Well, you and Gabby Dos Santos from Harrison, Gabby's done a great job of projecting to the future to see what the impacts are when they fall off and how to prepare for that.
yeah, we do a terrible job in financial forecasting.
Should talk to Gabby. Maybe she's your new consultant.
I don't do, I have my license on the wall, but I don't do that part, I don't, I got this because I wanted to be able to talk about the law. That's the reason I got it. But I don't do that part. And I've been trying to get Jersey City to do financial planning where we, forecast, and we do baseline. That's it. Whatever was last year.
Well, then you're gonna have a new mayor anyway, so it'll change again.
Yeah, we'll see. I make a pitch at the beginning of administrations about getting, I mean, it's so easy to automate that now. There's so many programs out there. I don't know. What does Gabby use? Do you know, or what do you use? Do you
Well,
use it?
I'll connect the two of you after this, but
Yeah.
she's got her own plan. But she's usually a presenter on these sessions. She and I co-presented at the GFOA, and we actually did the same
Oh, okay. I saw her then.
right.
Yeah.
So we did the same presentation at this roundtable several months earlier, just to kind of test it
Yeah.
to see what the quality was.
Yeah. Yeah, because like like everyone on this call, we have a police and fire with steps, and there's so much, it's so complicated. Like, why would you want to do that on a spreadsheet? Why wouldn't you want it to be, anyway? But I'm not in that part. I am in charge of capital programs. That's what I do. I build things for the city.
So
I
that's a
don't do that.
great segue to introducing you. So Greg is
Okay.
Director of Communications and the Assistant Business Administrator for the Department of Administration in Jersey City, which is the second largest city in the state of New Jersey. It takes you at least an hour and a half once you hit the border to get to where you want to go in Jersey City, because there's always something under construction, and it's the most frustrating city to drive in and out of. But once you
Yeah.
get there, it's a lot of fun. So Greg has 25 years of upper level municipal capital management experience or expertise, highlighted by Jersey City's new Jackson Square Municipal Center. If you've never been, it is a cool place to go visit. His innovative lease to own private financing approach saved the city $130 million in bonding costs while transferring financial and schedule risk from the city to the developer. Greg is also a CMFO and a certified construction manager. What you don't know is when you see Greg, he's usually impeccably dressed in a great suit and a tie. So it's very unusual to see him without that. And he admitted earlier that he would rather be in a suit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
So
I could sleep. I could
would-
sleep in my suit. I could sleep in it. But my father called it a uniform. He couldn't wait to get home and take it off. So
I'm with his brother.
yeah. Well,
So
Andrew took his tie off. So but I'm gonna swim along stream. So I don't wear a tie all the time now. But thanks for saying that, John. Yeah, the other thing about Jersey City is don't come here when schools get out, because it'll take forever to get across town. And also now we have bike lanes everywhere. But that's that own thing. I also want to shout out to Stephanie Santana, who's used to work at Jersey City, and now she's a CFO at another town that I won't mention, but she texted me to say she's on this call. So this is about AI. I'm going to go real quick through this presentation because so many already use it and know it very well. And I had asked, John and I were talking earlier about it in the prep. And let's see, is this working? Yes. Okay. You can see my presentation, correct?
I can.
Okay, good. So, I'm going to go fast because this is how to use it. And a lot of people are already using it. I asked John if he would interrupt me at times because he's an avid user. We heard the director say that he loves AI also, and he actually summarized my presentation, which is it's great until it's not. Damien said at the very end, if you go to ChatGPT or Gemini and find out your financial planning real quick. So it's like that's actually what I'm going to say. Now, I was asked to put together some questions for the room, just some things to think about. I'm not going to read them to everyone, but it's just simply things to think about. And AI is not going to go away. It's changing constantly. As I said at the GFO conference, my presentation is outdated by the moment we stop talking, and so it's a weird presentation considering that. I do have some audio and video that we're going to see, and I apologize if the sound is either loud or small, too low, because I haven't done this before, so we'll see what happens. I asked my friend who is the CFO here, John Mercer. He was our CIO, and I asked him to look at my presentation. He said, you can't do a presentation on IT without some science fiction. And so that's what's going to come up on this right now. Let's see what happens when we play it.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
So can you guys hear that?
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
So while you read the agenda, that's from 2001, A Space Odyssey, which is a movie that was made before some of you were born. And it's about how IT takes over the world. And that's our fears about AI. This is a commercial from Geico. That's a good way to start this. Technology is great until it isn't. That's a quote from my wife. She's an attorney, and she should have been a comedian. Most attorneys are not funny, but she is.
What is an overpass? Come on. Question, is that an S or a 5?
I think it's a 5.
I thought so. Frustration, Robbie.
Nobody wants more robot tests, but we could all use more ways to say. Switch the gun up for more ways to say.
So that's a great commercial because it just demonstrates all the frustration that we have. And AI can do exactly that frustration because of it hallucinates, which means, comes up with stuff that's not true, that it thinks it's helping you. I don't know what it thinks, actually. But my wife also gave me this one, which I think you'll enjoy. Let's see, how do I get this to move on? Nope, there we go. Which is, it's a great, this may be age content too, because you got to know Snoopy and how he lives. So maybe Katie, this should have been one of the poll questions. Find out what Snoopy thinks about his house. For those who don't know, Snoopy does all of those things. It's a house, a bed, and a plane. And I will get into it. What I did when we're in person down at the conference, I asked people to raise their hand about how much they use AI, and I was, I don't know, surprised, but it went like this. There are either like crazy users like me and I'd say John Rheinhardt and even the director said he uses it all the time. And then there were people who didn't use it at all. And I don't know where this group lies, but we're going to go through it right now.
Greg, you can ask that question now and have everybody show their hands in the attendee list.
Can we do that? I saw it technologically, but I didn't know how I was going to see it when it comes. So, all right, so I split it in 3 groups. It's like one group is going to be people who love it. One group of people who are like, okay, I'll use it a couple of weeks, a month, a couple of times a month, and then one group that doesn't use it at all. So let's do the first group, which is people who love it. Is there a way to aggregate this, Katie?
Yeah, go to the participants, Greg, and you can see all the hands coming up.
Okay, I only see you guys, but
go to the next tab over. It says attendees.
Yeah, participants, 96.
Oh
yeah, there we go. Okay, great. Oh, because this will be very helpful.
Greg, all right. I have a conversation with Gemini almost every morning on my ride to work, where if I'm working on a problem, I ask her the questions. I think my wife's starting to get jealous because I talk to Gemini more than I talk to my wife. But by the time I get to work, I have the solution to my problem.
I use it all the time, right? So what you just said is interesting because you said, I talked to her. And I have this issue about when I talk about it to my wife, I say her, and I try to like neuter it because it's like it's not a person. And so that's funny. We have to work that out. Anyway, so then the middle group. So how many people use it maybe a couple of times a month? So there we go.
You know, we got a bunch of people asleep at the bottom, but I'm amazed there's not many more.
Yeah. Well,
They're
you
starting to
know,
come in.
yeah, I think, I was surprised that at this is wonderful because it verifies what happened at the conference because there was a lot of people didn't answer. So it felt like it it made it seem like this would be a good topic because people aren't that familiar with it. The other group would be people who don't use it at all. So if you want to raise your hand on that,
That'll be interesting.
let's see.
Oh, here they go. There's a lot.
Yeah,
Wow. Well,
that's good.
as CFOs, I'm surprised because you can actually, I'll tell you an exercise I did in Bergen County. I took 5 years of audits, 5 years of financial statements, budgets, dumped them in and said, hey, I'm new to Bergen County. Can you tell me some observations you see about the financial performance? And it spit out a bunch of stuff that I wouldn't have normally seen or looked for. It's a great tool not to do your job, but to give you areas to look at.
Agreed. Agreed. Absolutely. I see that my friend Stephanie Santana didn't answer at all. I'm gonna get to
We got
you. I'm gonna get to her afterwards.
Sorry, I'll
So
text your bugger now.
yeah, okay. And so, how does this is a background? How does AI work? And this is very helpful because you think it's like, we all use things like our phone, but we could never build our phone. Yeah, I saw a comedian say that if he was transported back 500 years, would he be able to help anyone? No, because everything he would say about the future would be nonsense. Like he would say, "Oh no, we're going to have a phone." And then they would say, well, could you build a phone for me? And he would say, no, I can't. And so this is how it works. So AI is a pattern finder. What it does is it scans massive amounts of stuff on the internet that it's been trained on. In other words, it's fed information, and it does that. It sort of remembers it. It's on its server. And then when you give it a prompt, it looks through what it already knows and tries to find a pattern that matches what you asked for. And then it predicts the next best words. So it sees a pattern, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 6, 7, 8. Well, the next one would be, 12, 13, 14, 15. It's one of those questions on the SAT. And this is from John Mercer, Terminator AI, because we're all scared that it may take everyone's jobs away. So that function that it does, that learning process that it does, where you feed it all this information and it holds it, as opposed to a search. When you Google search, the search ends as soon as you close the window and leave Google. When you chat with Gemini, as John does on the way to work, he's actually talking to a bunch of data that's held permanently. And so Zuckerberg is building this new AI facility in Louisiana, I believe. And when he announced it a month ago, he gave this graphic. And it demonstrates, well, that's the building he's building, and that's the building sitting on Manhattan. So you can see how huge this is requires all of this memory, what it requires. I wish I had AI in my basement, but obviously you can't currently. That gives you an idea of why there is such controversy about, well, you build it, it's going to be very hot, it uses a lot of electricity, so it has environmental impact. I guess this is Hoboken. No, this is Hoboken. So these are the key terms. Many of you already know it. So I'll go through quick. There's also redundancy between these terms and how to use it. So a prompt is when you ask it a question. The clearer the prompts, the better results. I don't know why they just didn't call it question, but prompt is good. Iteration, every time you talk to AI, you get better at it. So I suggest you play with it. The more you play with it, the better the responses are going to be. John earlier said it's fun to just put your resume in. And that's a good play, and I'm going to do that later. Generative AI means that's AI that creates new content for you, like emails and summaries. And John actually showed me a presentation you did at the conference that was completely created by AI, right? Even the visuals.
We did. So Gabby Dos Santos and I did the art of mastering costing out contracts, union contracts.
Yeah. So at some time during this, if you could bring up a slide that shows the graphic content, that'd be really good. When I say that you can't do that, that would be a good time to do that. Agent is a new tool that hasn't really been moved out to the general use, but it can do everything for you. So a good example of this is travel agent, because it uses the word agent. So you can ask AI to book your flight, and it'll look at all the flights that you've taken in the past and recognize whether you like, nonstops, whether you travel in the afternoon rather than the morning, how much you're willing to spend, and it'll do the entire thing that a travel agent would have done 20 years ago, or 30 years ago. And so these agents will do much of what you would ask, all the way from beginning to the end. I think the director said a good one, which was, it's a smart intern. It's a very smart intern. Multimodal AI. Oh, this is the place. So it's going to work across different types of input, texts, images, even voice in one system. So what I was saying just a few seconds ago, I tried to put together this presentation and have it put in visuals, and it didn't work for me. Instead, it gave me verbal prompts. So John, you had one that actually did it, right? Was that Gemini that did that, or was that Notebook LM?
I usually use Gemini for most of my stuff. I use Notebook LM if I want to hear a commentary back.
Okay. So you can now do that, where you can put together a presentation very quickly. That also includes artwork. So this is the key concepts, and you're going to see that they are very related to the terminology. AI responds to clarity. So the more clear you are, the better. You don't have to ask questions. You can just put words in. So it doesn't need a full sentence like, how do I do this? It can be just flight, Tulsa, Saturday the 18th. And it'll put it together for you. Iteration, the more times you work on it, the better your results you're going to get. Specificity matters. The more detailed you get, the better. In our use, I tell it NJ40. That's what I want. I want to know that exactly. Because it'll give you generalities from around the country, which is not helpful for us, unless you're going to do something new. AI complements expertise. So it doesn't replace your professional judgment, and you'll see that in the examples I do. It moves very fast, meaning it changes all the time. Said that earlier. So what I did was I went online over the weekend before the conference, and I did an example of how to use it for you guys, and I did a screenshot. So up here is I use ChatGPT 5. I pay a couple of bucks a month to get it. Especially, it's supposed to be better. I have no idea whether it is better. This is where your prompt goes. That's what it looks like. You can see this. You can save it with a special certain name. So here's the GFOA presentation that I was doing. And this is where you type in your prompts. And as I said at the beginning, I'm going to go through very simplistically how you use it. Some of you already use it. Please bear with me. Apologize. So the example is how to write an email, have it write an email. So I actually get this one a lot, which is, how do I become a city vendor? From somebody who doesn't understand public purchasing law. And when I put that in, the response, and I just typed respond, AI gave me this. Thank you for your interest. And of course, there's no information at all in that email. And then I typed in professional response, list NJ required docs, and then it produced that. And I didn't give it any docs. It went into somewhere and found them. And what I have on this slide is only part of it. It kept going. It was a very comprehensive response. Now we're going to go to something much more complex, and this is the impact of on a property tax rate using these variables. And I don't want to read them to you. You can glance at them. Everyone on this call knows everything that's in here. And I asked it for the prompt was for 2024. And this is the response I got. So I put the prompt in exactly as you see it here. I typed it in exactly, and then you just hit return and it goes out into chat GBT land. And the response comes back in seconds, like literally 2 or 3 seconds. And here is the response. And notice that it went to 2025. Now I gave it a break because we always introduce our budget late. I don't know if anyone else does that in the state, but we always do. So I was giving it a break and telling it to go back to 24, but it did find it. And here is its calculation. And you can see, although I know this is tiny, you don't have to read the numbers, but you guys know it's going through the actual calculation, did it in seconds. It showed me the calculation, which is very important because it's often wrong. So you would go back and you would look and say, or, well, I know what the real numbers are. This is not right. Anyway, or it is right. So I want to show you this part. This is a cut and paste from from this screen. I took it and I cut and pasted so it could be nice and big so you could see it. And so you can see the calculation, how it did it is very nice. And it's from 2025. But I want to show you this because it shows you how strong this tool can be. This little gray thing is the source of this information. And earlier I said to you, I tell it 40A, I tell it exactly what I want. I didn't this time. You saw the prompt. But it went, and when you click on this, you get this. It went directly to the resolution of the introduction of our budget, which is amazing. That shows you how powerful this is. I didn't tell it to do that. It did it on its own, and it brought up our resolution of the introduction of the budget and took the numbers for this calculation from that introduction. So this is my AI beware. We've heard it again, from the director earlier about problems, and I'm sure generally we've heard it. So it can be redundant if you ask it to write an email, or let's say what I like is like a budget summary. It can write a budget summary for you immediately. but it's often redundant. It uses the same words over and over. Not the same words, I'm sorry, the same ideas with different words. It also forgets documents and reports, which it prepares for you. So if you upload something and then you come back 2 days later, you have to re-upload them. Now, Notebook LM, right, John, it remembers what you give it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So John told me earlier this morning that he uses Notebook LM and it will remember anything you give it. So you might want to do that because it kind of learns what you want it to know. General AI, ChatGPT will not remember. So what I always do is any document that it produces, even the words, I take it out and I save it so that if I need to go back to it, I can upload it. It is a wonderful tool for getting something started. It's amazing. Like, so you're like, oh my God, I have to write a memo to the council about such and such. It can do it in seconds, and then you can look at it and go, okay, how do I need to fix this for my own use? And it's also very good at refreshing something. So if you wrote a memo for the budget introduction last year, you take last year's memo, put it up, and it'll give you a new one for the new year very quickly. I said this earlier, watch out for the sources it uses because it'll use a recent survey of ChatGPT said that 55% of the answers come from Wikipedia. And we all know that Wikipedia is, created by end users, so you can't trust the information to be accurate. So you be very careful about what the source is. It currently doesn't read large source documents. It only skims them, so you have to really badger it. And so does Notebook LM, John, it must like read the entire document, right? If you put 40A up into Notebook LM, it reads the entire thing, right? So that you can access it.
It does. You can load any PDF you want into a Notebook LM and it'll digest it.
Okay. So general AI will not. It won't do that. It won't be. Remember the building on top of Manhattan. It is programmed not to remember stuff because it has too many users. Oh, there it is again. And that's it. That's the whole thing.
So Greg, if you stop sharing, I'll share and we can actually ask a live question to Gemini.
Yeah, sure. Oh yeah, very good. I was gonna do live at the GFOA. Then I heard that Pfeiffer did a presentation. I heard this from John Mercer, and his laptop stopped working. So I decided, well, I'm not gonna do it live.
I was asked
this is great.
to do a presentation for now I can't type, Nisivoccia round. You can see my typing skills now today on artificial, let's see if I can spell, and cloud-based solutions.
Now you can do this orally too. You can just click on it and it'll listen to you too for the group. I know John knows this since he talks to Gemini on his way to work, but you could have done this by just speaking to it.
So come up with a program for me.
Or to her.
I made it. She's got an English accent. I kind of like the English accent.
Oh yeah, me too. That's funny. Actually, I pick an Irish accent.
So here you go. It in
software.
seconds.
Yeah, look
it
at that.
came up with the entire agenda. Add Get Book and Clear Gov as examples. It's now rewriting my agenda. Soften the tone. Is rewriting with a softer tone. So any Bergen County towns that received my letter on the pilots, I wrote that with Gemini and asked it to have a very soft tone because we wanted to make sure that we weren't harsh because I'm not a fan of the new law, so we wanted to make sure it was welcoming. and then we edited it. So this entire thing was done, tells me how much time in each area, what it's going to take. Then I can say, turn this into PowerPoint slides. It now breaks it into slides. And then what I can do is I can export this into PowerPoint, and then PowerPoint will do what we did. This is the one I did with Gabby Dos Santos, where we put the content, all of the graphics were generated by AI in PowerPoint.
Yeah, which is great.
Which it's a tool, but you still don't trust it. Use it as a tool, not to replace you. So the one thing that Greg and I discussed earlier is there was a federal judge, former administrator, county counsel from Bergen County, who wrote an opinion, which everybody's speculating was AI, did not fact check it, and the supporting underlying cases they used for the basis of the decision were incorrect. And he was challenged publicly. It became a national news story. So that's a what not to do with AI.
Yeah. Yeah. You get started with it. It's wonderful. And then you have to make sure that it's not. John, could you go back to what your conversation that you just had with AI? I just want to look at, yeah. So let's go to slide 1. Because one of the things I might say is that I saw, and do we have the contents to slide 1? Is there another?
It follows. So slide 1 is the title. That's the title slide.
Yeah, but okay, so the content in, I guess it's 2, our goal, right? So you can see right away, the world is changing, new technology rapidly changing what it means. What happens, and we're going to have an open conversation, what I found is that it can be not only redundant, but too simplistic. So I don't know if anyone would spend a couple of minutes talking about those things. And that's a good example of how AI is. It is comprehensive, but it can be, a little obvious, I had to tell it when I was working when I first gave it, when I gave AI the tax question, it had numbers that were so small and issues that were so little. I had to tell it, no, this is before people who are running cities in New Jersey. This is way too, dumbed down. Give me a real thing. So just that warning too.
So an example of what I asked Michael today. Michael Rogers, the director, said, Michael Rogers, the new director of the Division of Local Government Services, Department of Community Affairs, is going to be speaking at the CFO Roundtable. Please give me some sample questions to ask him on his visions. And the questions that you heard us ask earlier are from here. So it was just formulated. And we took out a couple that were irrelevant or that were outdated. Yeah. The questions I hit Damien with are right here.
Those are in my presentations, they are slide 2, the discussion questions. And I had to remove 2, but the others were great. And I did the same thing yesterday.
So the different things. So one of the things that we're using AI at the county for right now is, and we're not done, we're working on it, is we're looking to integrate an AI surveillance program, for lack of a better word, onto our finance system that's going to API every single transaction, 100% of our transactions into the AI model. And then what it's going to do, it's going to look for name recognition. It's going to look for, does it fit the normal pattern of posting to that account? For a county our size, we process $1.7 billion in cash a year. There's a lot of transactions. And what we want to do is we want to look for the obvious stuff. Like, does it fit the amount that's posted to that account? If you're buying a car and it's charged to a copier line, does that fit? And what it's going to do is it's going to prompt us to go and fix it. We actually now started working with MSI, who was bought by Emmons, but we use the MSI model. MSI has now got a statistical feature that they're going to start to activate that's going to do essentially the same thing, but not as deep. So between the two, we can stop an accountant from posting an entry by saying, hey, this doesn't look right. Are you sure you want to post this? So now it makes us more efficient on the front end. And then we're going to do the surveillance on the back end to make sure it's posted appropriately. And so there's a lot of stuff that you can do to make yourselves more efficient.
This sounds amazing for our pilot program because it's so big and it's so complicated. So when I get off, I'm calling our guy down in the tax collector's office about it.
Well, we're
Because
also
you're
talking
right.
about
That's a great idea, John. That's a great idea.
we're also talking about when people submit invoices to have it come into the system, acknowledge where it is, see if it can match it to a project, to automatically match it to a requisition or a purchase order, to then save that matching time. In Bergen, we're completely paperless. We don't have a single piece of paper in the office. Everything gets scanned and discarded right away.
No comment.
Hey,
So,
Greg and John, sorry, I was just going to jump in and do the first poll for this topic.
sure.
It's an easy one. Will AI take over the world?
I'm so glad you used the funny one.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. I appreciate. I added one into similar to the raising hands to gauge everyone's use. So I'll do that in a few minutes too. But
Okay.
thank you.
So Greg, we had talked about earlier. So the different AI applications I use Copilot, Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, Deep Dive, Notebook LM, Deep Dive, Siri, Echo, Alexa, and CoCounsel. So there's a million applications out there. It's finding the one that works for what you're doing. So CoCounsel is done from Thomson Reuters, is specific to a legal opinion.
No, okay.
So it doesn't go out and grab all this extra data. And as Siri's talking now, she thinks,
Why didn't the judge use that?
yeah, I don't know, but it's interesting. So the one I just gave you on how to integrate, how to make use artificial intelligence and cloud-based solutions, we did a Northern Area GFOA seminar and social. The entire seminar was written based upon using Gemini and asking that same question that we asked live and the same slides. And at the end of the presentation we're talking about, I showed the entire audience that here's how I wrote the presentation for today and typed the exact same question that reproduced just what we did. You know, the fear, and I know you had it earlier, Greg, is showing a live demonstration on how it works. Is technology works until it doesn't.
Right, right. It does work. I just didn't want to take up any time if it went wrong. I totally agree with it. And I was glad that you did it up live because you can. But when at the GFOA conference, the tax assessor did the presentation on AI the next day after mine, his laptop stopped working. But then when it started working again, he asked AI to write a letter apologizing for his and it worked, of course, then. Anyway. So
what's funny is I had asked Greg to participate today, mostly because I missed his presentation down at GFO. I got called out of the room, and I'm like, that stinks. I missed his presentation. So
thank you.
He agreed
Thank
to
you.
it again. Well, we appreciate.
Well, you got a better version because my wife gave me that Snoopy cartoon. I didn't have that down in Lime City. How would you rate your? Yeah, this is great. Thanks, Katie. I would like to know this.
Yeah, I'll share it with the group and then I can also send you after some of the polls.
So I'm able to achieve 4 times more in the same time that I would have previously. And you still have to fact check it, but at least if you produce it, even if you don't have the time to fact check it, send it to somebody else. Say, hey, look, I did this for you. Take a look, but make sure you validate all the sources.
It is amazing how it can get everything started so quickly. It really does, as opposed to looking at the blank page or the blank spreadsheet. It gets you started so fast.
It can write stuff for you too. It can do your analysis. Somebody asked me, so Gabby and I did the cost out of the union contracts, and somebody said, why don't you use AI? It's like, honestly, as a CFO, if I'm put in a position where I now have to testify on my data, I want to produce it. I don't want to have somebody else produce it for me because now I have to go back and prove everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You do.
So, and Michael's vision at the division eventually is to have AI shorten the time frame. And he talks about a quick turnaround. He's talking less than 48 hours turnaround when you submit your budget. He's talking about revolutionizing the review process so that you can test your budget submission a limited number of times to make sure it's administratively complete before you do a final submission.
Yeah, it sounded great.
What a great concept.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, Greg and John, how do you guys protect your information when you use AI? Right. I mean, as a public accounting firm, we have a lot of personally identifiable information, not only of our employees, but of our clients. And a lot of information that we want to protect. So how do you guys do that?
Well, I'm going to be crazy because everything I do is public information, so I'm not troubled by it. The only thing I would be troubled by is sharing something that might come back, meaning can they infiltrate the city's IT systems? But I don't worry about what I'm writing in the AI because of that. John, you probably have a different view. Maybe.
I
I don't know, and I don't have an issue with that.
So what I do in AI, I actually work with my my IT director frequently, tell him what I'm doing, what I'm pushing out. We've got some great firewalls in place, but if I'm working on something that is of more personal nature that includes data that might be PII, I take it out. I submit it with an anonymous name, nothing else that identifies the person. So when it comes back, it talks about John or Jane Doe. It doesn't talk about somebody specifically.
Mhm.
But that's intentional because I don't know where it's going. But
Mhm.
just like Greg, most of the stuff I'm doing is public information that I'm just asking it to grind and look at differently.
Yeah, so with us, we developed a policy this summer for use of AI. Granted, it was a first blush at it. I'm sure it's far from perfect, but we wanted to get something out there because we knew our people were using AI, and we wanted to make sure that we were protecting not only our clients' information, but also our employees' personal information too. So, we put together a policy. I mean, this is something that as soon as we got it down on paper, I'm sure it would supersede it. But we wanted to start somewhere and get something out there so that our employees knew how to use AI and what they could and could not do, especially using client information.
So AI is everywhere. I know that my Echo Dot, which is what is it? Echo, not can't call it Alexa, but I call it Echo. It's listening all the time. It pops up. And she's talking to me right now. Echo, shut up. So always talking to me. But it listens to you. So recipes come up. If you're talking about chicken, tonight's chicken dinner now shows up on the screen. It's everywhere.
Mhm.
They talk
Yeah.
about the crime scenes now that they go and look for devices in the home to see what was recording what happened.
Yeah, but I'm going to try that after this call. I'm going to go on and try to find stuff about what I put up and see if it comes up. It'd be interesting to know.
So one of the other devices that I use, it's a physical device. It's called a Applaud. My
Mhm.
filter's on, but it bolts. It actually it's on. I don't know why it's on. It snaps to the back of my phone, so I can tell somebody, "Hey, I'm recording a conversation for minutes," or I could be in a meeting. I put it on a table and I start it. It will collect. If you announce who you are in a meeting, it now knows your voice. At the end of the meeting, it provides you minutes of the entire meeting within seconds and a full recap plus other additional action items that you should think about. So there's so many uses for it, and it's a time saver. At the same time, it's a curse because now everything is recorded and digitized. But it just fits on my phone. I love the device. But what I don't like about this one, it doesn't announce it. Most of the ones where you're recording a conversation, it has a beep or something that tells somebody that you're recording. This one is a sneaky sucker. So I always make sure I announce to everybody that, hey, do you mind if I do this before the meeting? Hey, Greg, thanks again.
That's a big fire in Jersey City.
All right, bud, I think we're ready for the next one. Andrew's
Yep.
up. He's been patiently waiting all morning.
I would say we saved the best for last, but it's Andrew, so we saved the almost best for last. How's that?
We'll end on a mediocre note here, bud.
We've had 4 quality presenters today, so or 3, and I'm sure it will be 4 very soon. Greg, thank you very much again. Our next speaker is Andrew Kusinski. He is my partner here at Nisivoccia. Um, Andrew specializes in providing accounting services or accounting, audit, budget, and planning services to municipalities, counties, and school districts. Andrew joined the firm in 2008 and has built a deep expertise in helping local governments strengthen internal controls, safeguard assets, and navigate complex financial and compliance requirements. Andrew holds both a BS and an MS in accounting. He's licensed in the state of New Jersey as a CPA, a public school accountant, a registered municipal accountant, and is also a certified fraud examiner. He is an active member of the AICPA, the New Jersey CPA Society, and the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Andrew participates in the Morris County Chamber of Commerce, Somerset County Business Partnership, and Mount Olive Chamber of Commerce, reflecting his commitment to supporting the community he serves. And just a little tagline here, I've worked with Andrew on several of some fraud topics over the years. Before Andrew was licensed, him and I would put our heads together and try to figure things out. We've had some great successes, and so Andrew decided to go ahead and get a certified fraud examiner license and make it official. So he is our lead in all of the fraud prevention, and anything that comes through the door that might be a little bit naughty, Andrew gets to deal with it, but we all like to collaborate. So without any further ado, I'll give you Andrew Kusinski.
Thank you, John, very much for that introduction. So as John said, over the last several years, unfortunately, every now and then a fraud has come up that's occurred at one of our municipalities. So today, basically, I'm going to start talking to everyone about ways that we can prevent having it happen to you. We're going to start off talking a little bit about why fraud happens, why people commit frauds, and then we're going to go a little bit more into the red flags to look for, things that you can do to work. And we're also going to go into a little bit of prevention for you, and then really finish up with what to do if you've done all preparation, secured yourself as much as possible, and it still does happen. So moving into just understanding fraud in general, just so that everyone knows, I usually don't have as many pictures within my presentation. However, John Mooney was he kind of gave me a little constructive criticism, as it were, that he thinks I should have more pictures in my presentation to keep it interesting and light, especially a topic like this. So at John's request, there's a lot of pictures throughout my presentation.
I mean, we are accountants, but we can, jazz it up just a
Well,
little bit here and there. So
yeah,
I'm
I
glad
mean,
to see you
and
take my criticism well.
to be fair, they are a lot of boring accounting type of pictures, but they're a lot of helpful little aids like this one here that you'll see with the elements of fraud. But one thing that's a common misconception that happens with when we start getting into these things is that for a fraud to have been committed, it's defined as, there you see the definition of it, a wrongful or criminal deception. The key point of it is that it's got to be intentional and it's intended to have some sort of a result in a financial or personal gain. And the person that it's done to, there has to be some reliance on the information. Just because someone's not doing the best job doesn't necessarily mean that they've committed a fraud. Having an agreement or a contract that you've entered into that doesn't work out the way that you thought it would for you, or it's more expensive than you had first anticipated, that's not necessarily a fraud. It's got to be intentional, and it's got to cause some sort of a harm. Another thing that's honestly something that no one really thinks about is, and I use the iceberg here because a lot of times once you get into a fraud, people look at it as how much was stolen and think that that's really the cost. There's a lot more that goes into the cost. And obviously in the world that we live in, you'll see there under the indirect losses, that erosion of public trust is a massive thing. Any place that we've ever been where we've had one of these frauds occur that's gone public, during the aftermath, our quiet little municipal meetings all of a sudden turn into everyone out with their pitchforks and their torches, and they want a lot of answers, and rightfully so. They're entitled to it. You're also talking about the cost that it comes for, let's say, for us to come and do an investigation. You could have increases in your insurance premiums over time. And at times, just having the fraud investigation done does not necessarily mean that that's where the cost of figuring out what happened ends. Unfortunately, that one of the cases that we had several years ago involved theft of tax monies. And what wound up happening with that is that it was a very long process. John was heavily involved with me in that one. Actually, John really had the lead on that one. That was a long, long time ago now, way before I was a partner here. And what the longest, probably most expensive part of that, other than the actual theft itself, was trying to make sure that all of our taxpayers got back on record as having been paid, and getting that entire process cleared. And that took probably, I want to say, John, you might want to chime in here. What did that take? About 3 years or so after that was done?
Feels like it took half my life. It took a long time. It took a while to put a finger on what was actually going on. We knew that there was something wrong because the condition of the records were just abysmal. And we even worked with an outside group, and it just took a long time to get everything right. But then even after you know that something nefarious went on, the cleanup process took another couple of years. So, and it spanned a few different towns because this person was a shared service in a couple of different towns, and it wasn't just happening in the main town, it was happening in all three. So, took a while across the board.
Yeah, so just remember that anytime that this happens, it's not just the actual amount that someone may have stolen. There's a lot of other things, and one of the things that does take quite a bit of time is getting back that public trust. A lot of times, we deal with it on our end of the question always comes up anytime a fraud occurs of where were the auditors? One of the things that we always talk about with this is that usually a fraud starts slow and builds. It's small amounts, it's infrequent. And then the more comfortable that someone gets, the more that they justify it, the higher it gets and the increase of the frequency of it. We'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later on during this presentation. But for now, I want to move on to start to define some of the different fraud schemes that we do see in local governments. So some of the most common types of fraud schemes in local governments are, number one is always asset misappropriation. In there is skimming. So skimming is taking cash before it hits the accounting system, and then there's cash larceny, which is taking money after it's already hit the accounting system. In the case of this particular tax collector, that was after instances in which you have someone taking money directly out of a cash drawer and it never gets reported, it never hits a deposit. That would be an example of skimming. False invoicing, we'll talk a little bit more in depth about that a little bit later. But typically false invoicing will involve, it could be dummy companies. You also might want to look at your general vendor listing for duplication of a vendor name with different addresses. Sometimes it seems like it's a valid vendor, but it's completely not. And then there could just be completely fictitious transactions going on through the invoicing system. Often when you're talking about cash larceny or false invoicing, it leads into the next category, which is financial statement and reporting manipulation. Usually this is done in our world more to hide the actual theft. A lot of times in private businesses, they say that this is done for getting notoriety, making it look like the financial statements are better than they really are. But in our world, a lot of times that we've seen, at least, it's really done just to cover up a theft that's occurred. We also have bribery, illegal gratuities, extortion. Those three, realistically, you're dealing more with the prosecutor's office, police office, than you'd be dealing with us ever having to come in and do anything like that. Just because the amount of records that we have available to us really wouldn't be beneficial for these type of things. They're more handled by law enforcement where they have subpoena powers. Another example is check washing. I believe that, John, you just had something recently with check washing that you said you'd want to contribute here, right?
Yes, just making sure I'm not on mute. Check washing. I just had a municipality reach out to me because they were informed that a check meant for the Board of Education was actually never received, but when they went back and looked at the check and the amount, it was cashed by someone down in North Carolina. The check, when they looked at it at the bank, it had no indication that the Board of Ed was supposed to receive that check. It was cleaned up and the new person's name and address, or their name was put on the check, not their address. But this was an actual person in South Carolina who cashed this check. So there could be a knock on that person's door pretty quickly. And when it's interstate like that, the FBI gets, and you're supposed to notify the FBI, and they keep a registry of all open cases of check washing. So I think this person's going to get contacted. But yeah, I mean, it's just something that happens, and one of the ways around that, I don't want to get into your presentation here, but through the new check system. I don't know, were you gonna touch on that or not?
When you
Was
say check
positive
system, you mean
pay?
positive pay? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
positive pay.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll keep my mouth shut.
That's all right. That's all right. No, you do bring up a good point though, because this is something else that I dealt with recently. We had a fraud that was committed through ACH transactions. Now, once it goes through ACH transaction, that's a wire transaction. That becomes a federal charge. It's no longer something that will just be handled necessarily by the local prosecutor's office. It becomes a federal charge. We're looking into something now where this is not a local unit, but it's a different type of organization. And they had a bunch of fraudulent transactions that they believe occurred through, I believe it was Zelle or Venmo. It's one of those online payment systems, which, as far as my understanding goes, those would probably fall under the same rules as an ACH, where that's going to be considered to be a federal crime because of the use of wires. So yeah, it's an interesting point, but again, these are the most common types. So we're going to talk a little bit more about these, but the next thing that I really want to move into is, why does fraud occur? Typically, this is what's known as the fraud triangle. So it's a triangle because apparently fraud examiners are just as inventive as accountants, and there's 3 sides to it. So triangle.
Nice. Yep.
So the most common 3 things that come into any fraud, there's always these 3 sides to it. They also have what they call the fraud diamond, which includes skills, knowledge, and experience, but most frequently the fraud triangle is what's used. So the 3 components that usually make a high-risk situation in which fraud can occur is pressure, which is typically, I always say that with the pressure and the rationalization sides of this, that those are more intrinsic. Are there things that we can do to limit that pressure that a person might be feeling, limit the rationalizations that person might use? Yes, there are, but usually those are very intrinsic to the fraudster. The biggest area that we can work on is to minimize the opportunities, that 3rd side of the triangle. That's having the right plans in place, having the right controls, having the right authorizations, all of that kind of stuff. And we're going to get into a lot of detail on those in a little bit. But first, I just want to kind of go into the different sides. So again, controlling the opportunities, internal controls, segregation of duties, overriding risks, mitigating controls, rotating responsibilities, and requirement of vacations, time off. So here's a lot of now theoretical pressures. They're not all necessarily all of them. They're not necessarily all going to exist. But typically the most common thing that you see when someone's willing to commit a fraud is that they have some sort of financial pressure. Some of these seem a little bit obvious. Some of them seem not so obvious. Overwhelming debt, obviously a very common thing. And as you can see, my little friend here, who also is working on taking off his tie, he's obviously dealing with some overwhelming bills, and he's trying to figure out, how am I going to pay for all of this? That's obviously one of the most common things. If we have financial pressures, we're looking to take money to alleviate those pressures. Common things with overwhelming debt, medical bills, but something that, and this kind of goes back to Well, we'll say the excessive lifestyle one more goes back to the example we were giving of that particular person that we were talking about earlier. That person had become a little bit acclimated to a better lifestyle, and they had a couple of issues that went on in their personal life, which led to them no longer being able to live that lifestyle on the salary that they were able to be making. And that was really the point at which this all started. There were rumors, there was speculation of different addiction that was going on with that individual. Obviously, nothing that we ever got into that we were able to necessarily verify. It wasn't like this person had an arrest record for such charges that we were privy to in any way, but that was a rumor. Addictions are a nightmare. And usually when someone is in that situation, they're not in their best way. And that also creates a financial pressure on an individual of trying to find the means in which to secure whatever their substance of choice is, whether it be anything from alcohol to harder drugs or whatever. Family problems, obviously, when there's issues with family, and it could be any number of other things related to family, that people try to get the money needed to fix those family problems. So, these are just things to be aware of pressures that you might see them going on. Not necessarily anyone that's got pressures, obviously, is going to be committing some sort of a fraud. However, these are a lot of the things that do push someone to the point where they become willing to do it. We have other pressures here as well: job insecurity, coercion, maybe someone that they know is trying to push them towards it. And then the be all end all big green monster in the corner, greed. Some people are just greedy and they want more. They feel like they deserve it. And that has an internal pressure on them. The rationalizations. Here's my little friend down at the bottom. She's doing the math on what she should and shouldn't do. And she figures that she's going to go and commit a fraud. So a lot of times rationalization is going to be a little bit different for everyone, but these are very, very common. And you can really see why. So I put together a bunch of common phrases that someone may use, that you may hear the person saying these kind of things. But these are the rationalizations, the terms, and then how they look at it. So one very common one is, I'll pay it back later or when I can. This, again, is usually someone that's under that financial pressure zone, that thinks that as soon as they get past a certain point, they'll be okay. They'll be able to make it back up and they'll just put the money back. That rarely ever happens, because what winds up happening is that they kind of dig the hole and the hole becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, and they never get to the point where they really can pay it back. Another thing that we see all the time is the nobody will miss it mentality. They think that the faceless victim. This is very common with bigger companies, because they think, the company will never miss it. In the case, and we were kind of discussing this at one point recently about the really sad thing about that particular tax collector was that there were faces to all of the victims. And really the vast majority of them were actually senior citizens that were paying in cash that were coming in. Just very sad. But a lot of times they'll look at it as, oh, well, the town, it's quote unquote the town. They don't think about how it's impacting individuals. But trust us, we see it all the time when we have to deal. A lot of people are very, very impacted by this throughout your communities, other employees within the town, governing body members. It affects a lot of people, but sometimes this is the way that a fraudster will look at it to rationalize it, is that nobody's going to miss it. It's not hurting anyone. Another very, very common one is that they deserve it. They feel that they're entitled to being paid more. They feel like they're getting paid less than other people. And a lot of times you hear someone saying, no, I deserve this, but I deserve to be paid more. I don't get paid enough, so on and so forth. I know we all have those days where we probably, grunt and groan a little bit and say it, but it's someone that's commonly saying it. A lot of times this can be a sign that they're rationalizing either having done something or doing it or planning on doing it. Another one that I don't hear this very frequently is that everyone else is doing it. They think that this is going on everywhere. It's not. If it was, we'd see it a lot more. Like I said, we see enough of it that it's concerning, but it's not prevalent everywhere. Again, I haven't personally heard this, so I have no insight as to how someone would do this, but I do know that it is from my certified fraud examiner materials. I know that it is a common one. And then of course it gets back into, and this is kind of when we were talking about perhaps medical bills or the overwhelming debt. I had no choice. They felt that their financial situation maybe was completely out of their control, and they needed to do something to try to get themselves above all of that. So these are some common rationalizations. And then we're going to talk a little bit more about the opportunities. So these are really kind of the foremost, or maybe five most really, most common opportunities that we find that there's a lack. Places that you can control better, that you can help to avoid fraud. So first of all is lack of segregation of duties. Also weak mitigating controls when segregation isn't necessarily possible. One of the things that I always like to bring up talking about this is that we have in 99% of our audits that get issued, we have a segregation of duties recommendation. And quite frequently that's dismissed. But it's important. It's what it's literally saying is that, yes, you try to have as many mitigating controls as possible in place, but there's still a segregation problem. It's not necessarily something that, we expect you to go and destroy your budget trying to fix the segregation of duties, but you just have to be a little bit more aware, safeguarding and making sure that things are done correctly and that nothing is missing. You have to pay a little bit more attention when there's a lot of duties that are being performed by the same individual. The more duties that one person performs, the easier it becomes for them to potentially steal money. Not necessarily that it's going to happen, but it just increases the potential of it being able to happen, and go unnoticed, more importantly. Weak internal control design overall. The biggest thing that comes out of this is that if there's a high risk of overrides being available, if it's supposed to be that one particular person authorizes a payment, but someone else has the ability to do it, and another person has the ability to do it. The more that there's override availability, especially coming from the higher level down, when it's supposed to be a mitigating control, this really does expose you. Because oftentimes the higher that you go up on your personnel chart, the more that person knows how to hide things. So it's really an important thing to make sure that you have control over your overrides that are available within your system of controls. A general lack of oversight is another area that really presents an opportunity. This goes back again to that tax collector that we were talking about. This individual happened to work in a locked office by themselves. They were the only one with access. They didn't leave the room all day. Nobody was in there with them. There was just a complete lack of any kind of oversight for this individual. And at some point historically, this person had earned some level of trust, I guess you could say, because they were really kind of the gold standard for tax collection. They always did a wonderful job. Everything was always dead on accurate. Just really great. You had a question, something weird happened during the year, the backup was immediately provided. But over time, those problems emerged, those pressures and those rationalizations started to develop. And this person having a lack of oversight, and there was generally, weak internal control within that office as well. It led to her being able to perpetrate a certain level of fraudulent activity, which then again, as I said earlier, it grew over time. But once you realized that she wasn't getting caught, I think is when it really started to pick up. And I guess this also feeds into it because I just say that this was the gold standard and over-reliance or trust in an employee. You can always trust your employees, but just verify that your trust is well placed. This person, there were a number of things that had gone on over time, which kind of slowly led to this becoming a more available way for this person to commit the fraud. They were being trusted to sit in that office alone and work through it. Okay,
Andrew, I'm just going to jump in and do the first poll.
go ahead.
What is the first line of defense against fraud in a municipality? And then I'll share the results in a few seconds. Thanks.
Sure. I'm just going to move along because I think we're getting a little tight on time here,
Yep.
right?
Before we
Okay.
move on, so one of the things that we just identified in ours is we contacted all the banks and asked them for a list of every bank account under our tax ID. And we found that we had 24 accounts that were opened under various organizations using our ID.
Wow.
So we immediately closed every account and we're waiting for them to come back and contact us.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good one, John. I like that. That's a really good one.
I'm going to tell you one other one when it comes to the banks. I had a client recently within the last 2 weeks contact me, and when we used to do the AFS, the full bank account number on sheet 9 was listed for all of the accounts. We've switched from doing that to just Xing everything out and leaving the last 4 digits. And thinking that's enough is good for 1 year. But a lot of these towns don't change banks that frequently. So when they go ahead and you go back and look at their website and they have AFSs from 2015 on there, their accounts are listed right there. So they have the municipality's name and they have the bank account number. And I think that's leading to, what are we going to do to make sure that we're not exposed here? So it's just something to be aware of.
So we just got a question though, is can you give some examples of override approvals? And I'm assuming that's system approvals.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Anytime that someone can force something through and you're sacrificing a segregation of duties, internal control, compensated control, whatever you want to call it, anytime that can be overridden, that's where the risk comes in.
Best one I ever saw was, override password, and it was okay.
Or password. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move forward. So I'm going to go through this next section kind of quickly because the red flags and what I really, really want to get to is the things that we can do to control it. So here you're going to see all the listings of the areas that are most susceptible to fraud being committed in municipal government. Okay, so for cash receipting and the tax and utility offices, anytime that cash changes hands, obviously we're exposed. The biggest red flags that you can look for are consistent overages or shortages on counts, delays in deposits being made. I know that one of the things that we always test is that deposits are made within 48 hours of receipt. There's a reason for that. The more time that deposits sit in transit or sit in a desk drawer, a locked desk drawer, or a safe, the more it gives someone the opportunity to start stealing money and then making it back up quickly. Look for any out of the ordinary adjustments, manual receipt posting outside of the system, and discrepancies with the deposits and the bank statements. For your payroll and benefits, so some of the most common things that take place are you see ghost employees, you see overtime padding, abusive leave benefits, and unauthorized payments of stipends. So look for ghost employees. One of the biggest things to look for is go through your employees listing, look for the same address appearing more than once. Actually, it's funny because I just had a fraud presentation I was doing the other day with John, and I used him as the example. And John, if you don't mind, I'll use you again. Because John's name is John Mooney, John's son name is John Mooney, and John Mooney both live at the same address. They have different social security numbers, which would be the giveaway that it's 2 different people. But if you were just looking through the payroll records at first glance, you might assume that John Mooney was getting paid twice because he was John Mooney and John Mooney at the same address. So it's just something to, go through. Obviously, you're probably going to be familiar if there's that type of a situation going on within your town. But just take a look through it, and also look for, as far as overtime padding goes or abuse of payroll benefits. Make sure that there's not some tremendous differences between periods. Look for things like stipends that may have been repeated, unauthorized amounts, those sort of things. Okay, so for false invoicing, typically one of the most common things that you'll see is dummy vendors. Take time, go through your listings. What the red flags are that you're going to find is look for unfamiliar vendors. We all use, like, let's say you use JCP&L for your electricity and you're paying PSE&G. Okay, massive red flag. Things like that are dead giveaways. Some vendors you're not going to be familiar with, but look into it and you might find that they are actually a valid vendor. Look for any discrepancies or changes in payment information. Make sure to verify all of those with both the vendor themselves, if it's a known vendor, if you have a phone number or a contact there, make sure. And also ask whoever put in the requisition. Look for vague details and complete invoices. Look for unsolicited demands for quick payment when someone sends you an invoice. This is just general good knowledge for anyone to avoid any type of fraud. Is anytime that someone sends you something that needs immediate payment or else, and you're not completely familiar with it, always look into it. Don't just make the payment. That's probably one of the most common tactics that fraudsters use, is to try to make it a rush payment with an or else type of a threat attached to it. And also look for any payments to vendors that are missing a corresponding purchase order, or for that matter, a purchase requisition.
Do you mind if I chime in for a second?
Yeah, absolutely.
So as a result of an IRS audit, we just did a full audit of all of our vendor files. We had everybody submit a new W-9, BRC, did the Iran, Belarus, all those things, and all the certifications. It helped us flush out a bunch of vendors. It's also a good idea because if you don't have your W-9s on file, the IRS will fine you for every one of those. Was it 20% of the total amount paid in that year?
Yeah.
Great excuse to go through it. If you've ever been through one, it's awful. You can cure it, but it's an awful process. But it's another way to do it. We also, if a vendor sends a letter in requesting a change of address or any change of information, we go back to the old vendor information. We contact the vendor from that, not the new correspondence.
Very good tips, John. Okay, so here's something that I have limited right to discuss. IT and cyber enabled fraud. Obviously, we talked a lot about AI, and one of the scariest things about AI is the way that AI can help in hacking. This is a world that's constantly changing. But your biggest risks are having your IT system is outdated, having budget and staffing limitations within your offices makes it really hard to get the right infrastructure and everything in place. The biggest area of exposure, and this is everywhere, period, end of story, personal, corporate, local, everywhere, employees and the human factor itself is your biggest vulnerability. I know that we do IT training on a monthly basis here. It's very, very helpful, but you're never going to be perfect. And part of the scariest thing is that the better that AI gets, these hacktivists, as they're called, they use a lot of it to try to get in. So it's going to get more and more difficult to try to identify those type of intrusions. So just make sure that you do as much as possible with this. But we're kind of going to get into how we can control all of this next, and I'll give you a little bit of insight as well into IT and cyber. So again, at John's request, we see here one of my very good pictures that we shouldn't be clowning around. So we're going to go into next a bunch of the different ways to protect yourself. We're going to start with governance, go through segregation, vendor record hygiene, which was something that John already touched on a little bit. Talk about procurement discipline, cash handling controls, payroll controls, monthly closing, and finally, cybersecurity. So government and tone, usually this is talked about most as the tone at the top. Probably the most important thing here is going to be, and you can read this all through, but you should meet regularly with your CFO, your RMA, your audit finance committee. Governing bodies should make sure to be reviewing all check registers, bills lists, change orders, etc. Probably the most important thing here, though, is making an environment in which your employees feel like they can come to you and they won't be penalized in any way. You want to have that open line of communication. You want to make sure that it's properly acknowledged that there's a certain way that we can report these things. Make sure that if there's only X amount of people in the department, that you have an alternative. If there's something that the boss, as it were, in that department, the head of the department is doing something wrong, have an alternate reporting channel that people can go to, and make sure that there's just a general knowledge that everyone that does come forward in that way will never be spoken ill of. Make it influential. Make it something that you want your employees to do. Segregation of duties. I know we've talked a lot about this, but make sure that you have separate requisitioning, approval, receiving, and payment functions. And at any given time, collusion can totally circumvent segregation of duties. Period. End of story. The thing that you rely on with segregating duties and collusion not becoming a factor is that you would need two bad people, essentially two fraudsters, in order to have collusion. So that's not something that I've ever seen to this point. I don't look forward to the day that I have to figure that one out. But trying to segregate as much as possible. And like I said, if you can't segregate, having mitigating controls is a big thing. And going back to what John had touched on earlier, one of the things that's available is positive pay. Now, positive pay, what that basically is that you would send your bills list to your bank and you say, these are the authorized transactions that would be paid. If there's anything that appears as coming out of your account as a draw on your account, they won't allow the check to clear the bank. So that's a very strong control that you can put into place. I don't believe that there's a charge for this with the banks, correct? Everyone?
It saves the banks money, so they encourage you to do it. So there's also positive pay and there's positive payee. So not only the amount
Yes.
of check work, but also the payee. But people need to make sure you need to ask for both.
You're 100% right, John. Thank you. Vendor record hygiene. So this was, again, Mr. Rheinhardt had already touched on this a little bit earlier. So having and maintaining a centralized vendor file with the W-9s, John mentioned the business registration certificates, and any other documentation that's required for whatever type of vendor that you're dealing with. Make sure to have that all on a centralized file, and then probably on a quarterly basis makes the most sense is to review that listing for any duplicate or inactive vendors and eliminate them. Okay. Make sure that the addresses and other information that's not associated with employees. If it is, investigate it. Obviously, that probably shouldn't be the case. And if it were the case, there's probably a very good reason for it, I would hope. If not, you may have a fraud on your hands. Make sure that the person that's responsible for making payments is not the same person that enters those authorized vendors into the vendor listing. If the person that's reviewing the vendor listing is the person that enters it and reviews it, it's probably not the best idea. Again, that would be a case in which you would want to mitigate and control. It's basically square peg, square hole, round peg, round hole. So you just want to make sure as much as possible that you're mitigating, you're segregating that duty so that you have a good control in place there. Procurement discipline. This is just a bunch of general points on basically follow the state laws, local public contract law. Okay. Make sure that all your requisitions and orders are completed prior to payment being made. Make sure that everything is accurate on your invoices, that there's no duplications of payments. Make sure that the invoice numbers are not the same when you're paying multiple different POs. We did have one case in which it was someone had literally taken an invoice and they copied it put a bunch of other information in, had the address changed, and wound up having the check sent to themselves on the same invoice as was for, I forget what it was. I think it was like a utility bill or something like that. But because it just got processed, it looked like it had a valid invoice. Everything went through, and it was just a breakdown in the system. Make sure that you get verification that good services have been rendered or delivered, and identify any unusual or unique transactions to make sure that all the appropriate authorizations are being done, and review your purchasing policies regularly to ensure they're being followed, and question any exceptions.
Andrew, we have two questions.
Yes.
So the first one, and I'm going to answer it for you. It says, so why do we still need the bank account information on the AFS? I have to tell you, if you're putting the full bank account number to begin with, that was not bright. If you need an account number, I would put the last four. I would not indicate who the bank is. You just need to list what it is under the fund. Those are the sheet 9s of the AFS. And by the way, if the director is successful in his rewrite of the AFS, those won't exist anymore anyway. The next one is we received an email from a legitimate looking email to only pay by ACH and giving bank information. Turns out that the email originally started off as legitimate, but somebody hacked it and took it over. That's what we're talking about. Go back to your original file and talk to the vendor that way, not from something new.
John,
Yeah,
there's also a comment in the chat. Is anyone else using Fulton Bank getting charged for positive pay?
Find a new bank.
yeah.
Honestly, find a new bank. If they're it's saving them money for you doing it.
Hey, Andrew, you're back.
Okay. Okay. So moving on to cash handling controls. Again, this is probably one of the areas in which we're the most exposed. This is where skimming occurs. So what you typically want to do is you do a daily closeout and deposit. You want to make sure that you have two people doing the closeout. Again, having more than one person in the room avoids having a fraud occur unless they're colluding. But that means that you have two bad people in the room. We're just going to go with the with the thought that hopefully most of our employees are good, so we never put two bad people in the same room. Make sure that you're using either a lockbox or sealed deposit bags. Ensure consistent, timely deposit. What does that mean? That means that if it's daily, it's daily, always daily. If it's every 2 days, it's every 2 days, always every 2 days. Make sure that that timing is consistent. And oftentimes, one of the things you want to do is that make sure if it's always at noon, it's always at noon. If it's always at the end of the day, make it always at the end of the day. The next point, really great in theory, a little hard to put into practice, I think, sometimes, especially like if we're doing it our tax or our utility window, when it's a time that a lot of payments are coming through, but doing surprise cash counts, probably just a good idea overall. Try to work it out, try to figure out a way to do it. You might want to do it at a time of day when you know not a lot of people are necessarily coming in. Don't do it at 12:30 when you know a lot of people are coming in at lunchtime to pay for their bills. Make sure that it's not towards the end of the day. Try to do mid-morning, but again, it's a surprise, so don't do it the same time, the same day, the same this and that. Make sure that it's somewhat of a surprise. Encourage a rotation when you can for cash receiving. I know that this isn't always possible because a lot of us have very small offices in which we're receiving cash, but when it's possible, try to rotate through people. This could influence, something popping up of where if someone's always collecting the cash within the office and all of a sudden someone else starts and there's way more money there, it could lead to you, wanting to ask a few questions. Possibly showing that maybe at some point some money was being taken out of the registers or that it's frequently being taken out of the registers. Use pre-numbered receipts. I know that this is something that used to be very, very, very popular and has gotten far less popular in the last few years. But we used to see it a lot. Having those pre-numbered receipt books, it's always a great idea. And having all of that on file with the little carbon copy pages behind, it makes it easier for us to go back and do our job and add everything up in the end while doing the audit. And then obviously if a fraud were to occur, it would be another one of those documents that we could rely on to try to quantify an amount that may have been taken. Big one, cameras at the counters, having cameras anywhere. It is 2025. There are cameras everywhere. And a lot of times when someone sees a camera, they tend to be on their best behavior. So having cameras facing down at your counters is always a good idea, and it's a very strong safeguard. Try to avoid any voids should require a supervisor's approval. Again, this comes down to segregating of duties. So if an individual that's working with cash can void out any transaction, that's not really a good idea. They should have to have a supervisor, whether it's the CFO, if it's the tax collector, or whomever else is in charge of a department. It shouldn't be something that they should be able to do on their own. And again, I guess I'm beating you over the head with this. Quarterly surprise cash counts are a great idea. So some security controls that we can have for payroll. Do an independent reconciliation of the payrolls. Someone not within your payroll department, have them go through and make sure that it agrees with everything that's on record with your HR files. Do a headcount verification. You can do a payroll payout where you require everyone to come and get a copy of their stub, and you want to review your payroll logs for any changes made and confirm the validity. So anytime that something gets changed within the payroll department, again, if you're doing these periodic reviews, if you notice something from one month to the next and, Andrew Kusinski's address changes, you might want to come to me and say, hey, Andrew, you changed your address? Yeah, I moved a month ago, just kind of verifying that all the information on file is accurate and most up to date, and that you don't have any kind of a ghost employee in there. Overtime, make sure that it's pre-approved prior to someone doing overtime. I know that this isn't always the case that you can do this. Prime example for us would be something like a snowstorm comes out of nowhere, and all of a sudden we need everyone in DPW, we need police working overtime, etc. You're not always going to get pre-approval for it, but you should at least make sure that it's approved prior to the payroll being processed. And also make sure that you're segregating your payroll processing and setup functions. Whenever someone is responsible for setting up and processing, setting someone up in payroll and then processing their payroll every time, you're just leaving yourself exposed to them potentially creating a ghost employee. If they're the only one that are running those two functions, chances are very high that you could run several payrolls until anyone would pick up on the fact that there's a fake employee that's on your registers.
Hey, Andrew, just before moving on, I just want to launch another poll here. True or false? I know you went over this. Municipal fraud is usually detected first by an external audit. If you want to keep going, I'll share the results in a few seconds.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
As soon as you share the results, I'll give you a little factoid about that one.
Okay.
Okay, so cybersecurity. So I've got our super cybersecurity hero here to help me, because it's not my strongest area, but I'll tell you this, one of probably the most important things is to make sure that you have a cyber insurance policy in case anything happens. They're a really great idea in this day and age for you to have. So if you don't have one, look into it. Here's our polling question results. So I'll just interrupt myself here to give you a little interesting fact. So according to the 2024 ACFE, Association of Certified Fraud Examiners report to the nations, it was found that 52% of all frauds that were ever found were tips from employees. Following that was actually customers, probably in our case, residents. So, when they come to complain, sometimes listen. And on top of that, we had 11% from vendors and only 16% came from anonymous tips. So just a little factoid there about that one. Going back to cybersecurity, make sure that you have restricted access to inbox of your accounts payable person. I think we were just talking about that, about how someone got into the email essentially and found a way to make a fake invoice to send as a follow-up. So again, having any restrictions that you possibly can on access to those important points of access to your financial information and the people that process it. Make sure to have as many safeguards in place there as possible.
So Andrew, before you move on,
Yeah.
so we're required, as you probably are too, to change your password on a frequent basis.
Yeah.
On the exact day that I had to change my password in Bergen County, one of my online accounts popped up because I used the web version of 365 as well, prompted me to change my password. It wasn't the county.
Really?
So I didn't think anything of it because the timing was right there to renew my password. I typed my password. Within 5 minutes, they took control of my account. Were emailing my staff with payment instructions to various vendors. In seconds. I mean, five minutes, they took control. They diverted all my email. IT identified it immediately and they corrected it. We didn't realize the diverted emails and the instructions to the staff until shortly thereafter. But my staff now knows, do not make any payments based upon an email unless I call you to validate that I sent you the email.
Yeah.
Because of that reason. I mean, that was one. It was a simple one. And who would have thought, because all my other passwords were changing at the same time. It was
Yeah,
ongoing. So,
you're a techie guy, John.
you know what? I'd rather show up with my license and do the wire, but at the county, it's not practical. There's too many. The other one we do is when somebody makes a wire, the wire confirmation goes to somebody other than the one that initiates the wire.
Yeah, I like that.
It can't be the same person. So I don't initiate the wires, but I confirm the wires. So all the wire sheets show up on my desk, so I know they're valid. If I'm not in the office, they email me the sheets and call me to tell me if they email them.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Just
Yeah.
any extra control you can put in place. So the MEL also has, I know they're a little onerous, but the MEL has a bunch of best practices in order to qualify for the higher levels of the cybersecurity insurance. Another good resource.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, kind of feeding off of there, one of the things is make sure that your employees are trained, John reaching out to everyone and changing the process now of how to verify that. It's very important. And making sure that your employees are trained is a big part of how you can prevent any kind of cyber risk from happening to you. And the last thing I would say is that do network intrusion tests, have yourself tested, and make sure that you do have good safeguards in place. So now I'm going to give you some practical tools to help you fight fraud here. Okay. And part of this is that we're going to get into a 90-day action plan. So first thing you can start to do is make sure that all of your bank reconciliations are completed within 15 days a month end. Have another individual review them and make sure that anything that's unresolved is logged and investigated. Don't just leave it as other outstanding item and say the auditors will handle it when they come in. You can always reach out to us throughout the year. More than happy to help you out anytime throughout the year. But you don't want to leave a laundry list of different items that are just unresolved. So make sure that you're trying to resolve these things as you go along. Make sure that you're getting your bank statements, not only the paper copies, but whoever's responsible for reconciling the bank statements, I would recommend they go online if possible and get the bank statements. And the reason for that is that we did very recently have an issue where it was found that there was a theft that had occurred and the individual was manipulating the bank statements that were getting attached with their the reconciliations and all the other documents that we were getting. And lo and behold, when we got the online version of the bank statements later, there were a whole bunch of transactions there that never appeared on the ones that we were getting. So very important that if you can get them directly from the source, directly from the bank, if there's anything changing hands, if someone else is opening the mail or anything like that, make sure that you're getting them directly from the source. Make sure to review your check registers and bank statements for any duplicate payments. If there's the exact same amount that's appearing in multiple places, it might be a fraud occurring. And again, every month, try to do a little bit of stale vendor cleanup. So now we're going to move into a little action plan for the next 90 days of what you can really start to do.
Andrew, I got one more before we move on. This just happened in the past week. There were 3 public works employees in the town, plus 1 administrative staff person who worked in finance. That they fabricated quotes to steer all the payments towards one vendor, never received the goods because it was fictitious, created a fake vendor. So when they processed everything, it administratively looked complete. So there was no reason to stop it.
Yeah.
When they identified it, they found out who they were and what was going on. They called the vendors to validate the quotes for the competing quotes. The company said those are not ours. So they completely fabricated the entire backup for the entire process.
Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, it's one of the things that I always say with this. It's that you never know exactly how someone's going to come at you with one of these things. I've seen quite a bit at this point, but the way that these people are so inventive about the way that they go about this and the way that they hide things and everything, it always astounds me. And for those of you out there that are wondering, well, why would they do this? Why would they do this? One of the things I always say is that you'll never be able to understand if you're not that type of a person. You won't be able to justify it. Those rationalizations won't work for your brain. And those pressures will affect you in a different way than they affect those people. Doesn't necessarily make them the worst people in the world, but definitely not the best. So our 90-day plan. So this is how we're going to help to get you there. And we're going to breeze through this a little bit quickly because you're going to have access to these slides later so you can go through the plan yourself. And if need be, reach out to me with any questions on how to enact any of this. And then we're going to talk a little bit about what if it does happen. So first thing in the first 30 days, these are a bunch of things that you can probably do pretty easily. You could probably have them done within your offices. You want to make sure that you refresh that master vendor file. Like we had talked about, you're going to go through, you eliminate any duplicates, inactive vendors. You're going to make sure that you have all your documentation available. Then you're going to review your current purchasing and cash handling procedures. Make sure that there are securities in there. There is segregation in there, or there is mitigating controls in there. As much as possible, make sure that it's as tight and as secure as you can possibly make those procedures. And then you want to start to create your reporting structure to make sure that your employees know where they can go to and who they report to if they do feel like a fraud is going on. So that's going to be your first 30 days. For day 31 to day 60, we're going to get dual authorizations for ACH and wires. We're going to get bank positive pay/payee and get that confirmed with your bank, or as John said, start looking for a new bank. We're going to create and update emergency procurement procedures. This is another thing, like when I had said it earlier, one of the ways that fraudsters commit frauds is anything that it's got to be done quick. It's got to be done fast, because when it has to be done quick and fast, we make mistakes. Okay, so you want to make sure that your emergency procurement procedures are up to date and that they're secure and that you've got plenty of authorizations going on and a lot of eyes on anything that's an emergency. And then we're going to start to, because this is 30 days, so we're not going to pressure you for the first 30, but we're going to get back on top of those bank reconciliations and make sure that they're completed by the 15th of the following month. And any irregular items that are gone over. And if need be, like I said earlier, reach out to your auditor. We're always happy to help. So days 61 to 90. Now we're going to conduct a full review of our segregation of duties and accounts payable, payroll, and cash collection. If there's something that can be done, again, there you see, we can help. Reach out to us, ask us, there's 2 different levels to this, I suppose. Is it good enough to get rid of the recommendation in the report, which is hard? Or do we feel like there's a mitigating control in place that's kind of helping, which is a little bit easier, but it may not completely eliminate having a segregation of duties issue. It's just a compensation. So something that, again, reach out to us. We can always help you. Start working on those surprise cash counts. Again, like I said, quarterly is probably a good way to do it. So this would put you inside that first quarter. And create and adopt a formal fraud response protocol with reporting structure for all levels. So again, in your first 30 days, you started working on that. And now by the end of your 90 days, you're going to have your formal response that you're going to give to your employees and that they're all going to know. So once we go through this 90-day activity, are we safe? Kind of. You're never done trying to prevent fraud. Like I had said, it's something that these people are always trying to find a way to get in, to get at you, and to take money. It changes as it's needed, and it can't be completed. You're constantly going to be working on it forever. They work just as hard, if not harder, than we do to find them. You know, it's something that this is a person with their back against the wall a lot of the times that starts doing this. So they find a way. Make sure that you have those securities in place and those safeguards in place, and make sure that you're always alert and listen to the people that are talking to you. You know, like I said, 52% of all those frauds have been reported by employees. Make sure that we're listening to them. Okay, so what if it does happen? So there's three things that are really going to happen. You're going to talk with your insurance. There's going to be an investigation of some sort, and there's going to be an eventual resolution. Make sure that you have good employee dishonesty coverage and know what your coverage is. Know what they're going to pay for, and know how the process goes. Some of them, it's a one-shot deal. You get to file your claim all at once. Some of them will hold it open, and we can continue to update them. We can update the amount as we go through the process. Okay, so the investigations, they take some time to complete. I mentioned this earlier, but me as a fraud investigator doesn't give me subpoena power. Only law enforcement has that. So there's certain things that I'm not going to be able to do. I'm not going to be able to say that someone definitely received money unless it's something that's available to me through bank records. In a lot of cases, what we basically do is we give a prosecutor's office or police department or whoever is involved in doing the law enforcement side of things, we give them half of what they need. And that really does help them a lot. It gives them all the background information, and they can basically go and look where those fraudulent transactions have occurred that we've identified and look at their suspects. Okay, so potentially you're looking at criminal charges leading to a conviction, possible restitution. Our big hope that we always look for is to get insurance reimbursement for as much as possible of what any of the losses and any of the costs were that have impacted our clients. And probably the biggest thing really for that's not tangible, as it were, is just that the awareness has increased, that we've looked back at our internal controls. Maybe we found a weakness, maybe we've now secured it. Again, it's not as tangible as seeing someone going to jail and being convicted. And it's not as tangible as getting back the money, but it's still a very good thing that as long as we can work it through and get made whole, and that the guilty parties can be held accountable. It's nice to see that we can raise up our internal control levels. Okay, this is the last thing that really happens as a result of it. It's the special confidential report. I'll breeze through this. So anytime that a fraud is discovered, RMA is responsible for filling out this special confidential report. It's three basic sections. The first section is within 48 hours of discovery, we have to file it with the DCA, the governing body, and the prosecutor and the bonding company. It's just the initial estimate of what we think may have been involved, gives a summary of facts, the amount. Upon completion of any field work or any investigation, we give an updated final estimate on the amount involved, details on how we believe that the funds were stolen or concealed, and filed with the same individuals as Section 1. And then upon final disposition, we identify the total amount of the shortage and who's going to be repaying the loss in terms of the bonding company settlement. So usually that'll state that what or how much the insurance company is willing to pay back. Okay, and then these are just, again, a couple of little parting questions, parting messages here. You know, you can read through them. Just make sure that you're aware, make sure that your employees feel like they can come to you, make sure that you have those reporting channels in place, and be safe out there.
Andrew, we have two questions, but before I ask the questions, so many years ago, there was one CFO that would intentionally overpay bills. And backstory, they had created a sunshine account for the town. So when the overpayments would be refunded to the town, they were diverted to the sunshine fund, which only they were the signatory. It was another way. They ended up getting caught. It was a shame, But that was one other instance of fraud and how it was done. Very simple to do it too. The other issue you want to work at is when you've got two people that are related working in the same finance department, right? Because they're more likely to cover for somebody, you know, whether it's brother, sister, husband, wife. It's another issue with security. It's a bad internal control. So the first one, I don't know if it's more of a statement or observation, says all payroll direct deposit changes are hand delivered by the individual. That's been a big one where there's been people out there trying to fraudulently take over an employee's account by redirecting the direct deposit. So we require them to come in person to request it. We don't accept email, we don't accept anything else ever an in-person request, unless we have a portal for them to self-administer. There's another one came in, says, I've been using AI to review payroll files besides my own review. I upload the payroll detail and ask it to compare to prior payrolls, identify any new employees, changes in deductions, excessive extra pay, etc. It took a little bit to refine, but it's a pretty solid second check for those in small offices and limited staff. The only issue I would have with that is if you're putting any PII up there. I mean, hopefully the file is scrubbed and you're not putting anybody's information out there.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. But and again, that being the case, I think that love AI, it's a great tool. If you had to scrub too much of the pertinent information, I feel like it wouldn't be a good safeguard.
Unless you just have employee number and everything else is dead.
Well, but that, I mean, that leads back to my John Mooney scenario, where if it's, you know, if you don't see, if you remove the social security number, because obviously that's personally identifiable information, you don't want that out there. It would look like we had two John Mooneys, which the world does not need two of, honestly.
Yeah, the world would be a better place. Thanks, Andrew. I mean, that's, I know you have a lot of information on the topic. I know that was narrowed down from a 2-hour speech, so I appreciate you getting that in. All very important, very pertinent, and I hope people took things out of that, especially your 95-day plan or 90-day plan there. A lot of good points there. So glad you're going to the classes and going to those fraud seminars, because you're bringing back a lot of good stuff.
So one thing a couple people were asking when they were signing up regarding the credits. Credits are being given for this session for municipal finance officer, county finance officer, tax collector, and municipal clerk for today's session.
Thank you, Bud. And as Andrew and Damien and a few others mentioned, I will send copies of the presentation materials used as well as a recording, just so you can reference back, like Andrew said, some of the things that if you want to dive deeper into. And as always, you can reach out to us with your questions. But just so you all know, you'll be receiving the recording and materials from today. Great. All right, well, if John or Bud, before you have any closing remarks, I just want to say thank you to all of our attendees and our panelists for being here today. As a friendly reminder, there will be an exit survey that'll appear in the browser. If you could please complete that for your credit, that just gets your attendance in, and also which credits you need. So we'll also send that out in the follow-up email with the recording if you can't complete that today. But thank you all again until next time. And John, Bud, Andrew, any other, John Rheinhardt, any closing remarks?
No. Say, Greg, thanks for joining us this time.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Thanks, Andrew. Nice job, both of you. We're also planning the next roundtable to be in first half of December. I think we have 2 of the sessions already identified. Matt Larissy and Lori Russo, I think, are doing one of the sessions. I forget the other one offhand, but we're hoping to have another good session for you guys.
Great.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank
Have a
you.
great weekend, and we'll see you in December.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Take care.
Take care.